Bop bop Americano, yeah. Oh yeah, oh for fuck's sake. Just fucking load the app. Honestly, the Discord app, when it comes to loading this Wordle thing, is so temperamental. Unbelievable. Load. It's not Discord, it's going to be the New York Times, isn't it? Saving money somewhere. Bastards and their money. Doo dabby doo. Wait, why can't I hear anything? Do, 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 do. See my mic just slowly limping out of shot. I don't want to be here. You do want to be here. I need you. Please stay. You are wanted, Mr. Microphone. Needed. Please persist. Oh, it's... How the devil is everybody on this fine new week? I know that for you lot, your new week would have started yesterday, but for me, my day of rest is Monday. And on the first day, the god said, don't work. So I don't. I didn't game at all yesterday. That's not true. I played a little bit of Tarkov. Did some washing. Did the weekly shop. I didn't do any cleaning, which I probably should have, but I just cleaned the bathroom to such a degree last week that it probably does still need a spruce anyway. But oh well. I didn't. I cooked a roast dinner. I ate the roast dinner. I played some Tarkov with a mate. A little bit of Rocket League. Watched a bit of YouTube. Till 3 in the morning, and then I went to sleep. And then I've only had 5 and a bit hours sleep. I don't know why. I keep on waking up between 8 and 9 at the moment. Probably just means I need to go to sleep earlier, because if I'm honest, like, I'm often tired about 1, But because I'm in a nihilistic existential crisis, I just don't give a fuck, and I have another bottle and I stay awake. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't have a proper job to get up for. Even though it's weird, like, I was reflecting on all the stats, like, looking at my YouTube growth since January 1st. It's fucking mental what you can achieve in a month. Like, I'm getting more views on my YouTube than companies I've worked for that have marketing departments. Like, they literally have full-time staff whose job it is to get them as much public attention as possible. And I seem to be better at that job than them. And I'm running my own broadcast, and I'm producing my own content. Like, it's crazy what we're capable of achieving solo these days. It really is. So I did release an update yesterday on the Radacoida situation. I would say I'm quite pleased that so far, based on the engagement I've had in the comments of that video, I think we have managed to pivot over the crest. There's a concept within business development. Good day, Phaser. It's called, what's it called? Fuck. When you introduce a new product or concept to people, you have early adopters. I'm an early adopter sort of mind, where I can very easily buy into change under the pretense that it moves us forwards. That's not normal amongst people. Like, what's normal for humans is to be a bit freaked out about change and to be intrinsically cynical about change, right? And all changes go through this process where they're at first adopted by early adopters, and it's only by it proving value in that group that then the next group of people will start to adopt it. And I feel like the concept of the time skip has just tipped over that point where most people that comment back now are interested and they want to know more, and like, that's a really positive sign. Haters are gonna hate. Like, there's still people that, even though I'm literally just saying to them, if you disagree with me, do this, and then if what you're saying is true based on the data, I'll change my opinion. They won't do anything. Like, I probably need to just not engage with these people, I think. But I also feel like we don't make progress as a people, as a species, as a humanity, if we just railroad people when they are being resistive to new ideas. Do you know what I mean? Like, it. So I will always try and reply to them, but right now the main thing I'm replying with is just that. It's just, I'm telling you what you need to do to change my mind. But you know what's hilarious is, one of the main pushbacks I get is, actually, it's not our job to prove to you you're wrong. And some person was like, can you imagine if our court system worked this way, where if you made an allegation about someone, then they had to prove you're wrong? And at first, I replied ignoring it. And then I was thinking about it, and I was like, no, wait, like, that literally is how our court system works. Like, I replied to him, and I was like, wait, like, if I make an allegation about you, and I provide visible, literal evidence to back it up, then the way our court system works is absolutely, you would then need to provide counter evidence that proves your point, or you'd be found guilty of the thing. Like, I can't. People are brain broken. They're actually brain broken. Like, there is a phenomena of brain rot sweeping the population, and I'm witnessing it. Is actually insane. Like, it literally is insane. Like, I can't believe some of these people. And it's this knee-jerk reaction, isn't it, of, I don't agree with the idea that it's time travel. And that's really the argument they want to have, right? Like, they're not arguing about whether when you go to the Radacoida this happens deterministically. They believe that happens, right? I'm saying I think the reason why that happens, I'm constantly saying I don't know, right? Ultimately, I don't know, but the reason why I think it happens is deliberate. And I have a lengthy backup for that. Do you know what I mean? Like, and I would argue at this stage, I think I've done more than enough to demonstrate that to a degree that's out with the developers outright saying it's a bug. There is basically nothing at this point anyone can show me that will convince me otherwise. Like, I have convinced myself with data and doing things. And there's, unless someone can say to me, well, I went there and I did this and it didn't result in the time skip. Or I went there and time skipped and then I did this and it reverted me back to normal time. Like, if people can start giving me new information, I'll start listening to them about their input. But all the time they're not providing any new data, any new perspective. They're just saying, looks like a bug, mate. Why are you wasting your time? I have nothing to speak to him about. We have no common ground, I'm afraid. What you saying, Baldy? Is that what WYS means? Please use the Queen's English. Don't use none of your fucking London slang in here. Aye. Trying to replace us, Hammerlam. Us, like I'm not half an immigrant. Anyway, this is half the problem, isn't it, in this country right now? Cunts like me saying shit like that. I'm only joking, by the way. I'm a fully inclusive liberal, like, or not a fully inclusive liberal. I'd be quite interested in, like, maybe just stopping all the religions, to be honest. Like, the more I think about it and the older I get, the more I'm like, I think we should probably just put a pin in this. Like, it's gone on long enough now, isn't it? And I get that kind people like to be kind, but they need to stop trading on that shit. Like, religions need to stop trading on the fact that there's some kind people in the religion that like to be kind. Like, it's, every religion has that, so it's not a positive. Do you know what I mean? There's Satanists that feed the homeless. Like, I'm sorry, you can't keep leaning on that. Like, we have to break down in-group, out-group structures. It's that simple. Like, we have to build the system so that the default position and mindset, in my belief, is that we're all humans, full stop. So any other boundary or mental structure that doesn't back that up, like, you're not just a human, you're English, you fucked it. You fucked it completely, because now you're not thinking about humans first, you're thinking about England first, and that fucks the rest of the planet. Like, I literally think it's that simple. Like, we need to divorce this entire concept of, like, I was born here, therefore what matters most is what's around me, fuck everyone else. All that thinking is, like, proper stupid. Proper idiocy. And I'm beyond naming it anything else. Like, it's not self-interest either. There's no justification to it now that we have global technology and the ability to literally edit the ecosystem of our planet. Like, there's there's no necessity for us to pretend that, like, the people that live on this island have to look after their interests first and shit. It's a complete, like, the only reason it continues is because it's, like, inertia, innit? The inertia of the power structure. So, like, there are people that were born into money and they want to remain in that position of superiority over the others. And so when given the decision, do you agree with this concept, which would level it and make you equal to everybody, or would you like things to stay the same where you're superior and you can leverage people? They obviously want that, even though it's not actually in their best interests in the long run and is literally harmful to them. It's a mess. Sorry, I should say, yesterday I spent a lot of time looking into some stuff that's coming out from the Epstein files. It's quite alarming, actually, obviously, but, like, what I was actually about to tie it back to then was something that's much less talked about these days, but kind of a similar level of impact, which was the Panama Papers back in just before the financial crisis, which I think is quite a poignant thing to me because my cousin, Roberta, she basically built her entire political career on the back of those Panama Papers. Like, she was running to be a member of parliament in Malta when Daphne Caruana, the reporter, was murdered by the mafia for releasing all the documents. And it was my cousin Roberta that, like, took a massive stand in the public as a politician to push for the government to try and do justice for Daphne. It's interesting to see that like her career's gone off from strength to strength, and now she's the leader of the European Parliament. So she is like essentially the boss of all the politicians in Europe. But the Panama Papers didn't really go anywhere, did they? All those same billionaires are all tied up in all this Epstein stuff. We got a big global problem. How are you today, Ross? All we got is bread. I'm all right, thanks. Yeah, I don't know whether to. I think it will be some Distant Worlds 3 Explo, and then maybe we'll go back to the alt account and try and work on the new like achieving elite while still having the starter permit thing. Also, apparently, there's a place called LHS 3447. And Acellus Prime. These are all other systems that are in the Pilots Federation local branch. Wait, it says it's controlled by Zachary Hudson in Power Play, so surely that's not right. So players who start a new game in Elite Dangerous do not own Elite Dangerous Horizons. Yeah. Yeah, she is. Yeah. She used to be Roberta Tedesco Trickus, but she married and took her husband's name. Very powerful woman, yeah. It's funny. When I was on Facebook, I was in like a family group, and she was in there. So it was always funny when like I'd see like just on my Facebook feed, I'd see like her pop up in her suit, like giving some speech in European Parliament, and then the next thing would be like her and her kids just sat on the sofa playing their Switch. And it's like, oh, they're just normal humans that are on the blag, just like us. Like they go to work and they pretend they know what they're doing, and then they go home and they just try to have fun with their family. And it's yeah. I wouldn't say close. Like I've never directly met her. Like I've never met her in the flesh. I've met her sister and her kids, but I've never directly met Roberta. She sort of just went off, and I'm not in voice chat. I'm in the I'm not in voice chat. I'm just in the activity. It's because I'm in the Worlde activity. I think that's what you're seeing. Yeah. See that little? That's the activity symbol. So you can either help me in chat. Hello, hello, Dale. You can either help me in chat, or you can go into the Discord server and then just do it yourself, and then your results will appear here, like Mitty's this morning, where he got it on his fourth guess. We did have a window of time where we had like 4 people that were in it. It was quite nice each day logging on and seeing other results. I think I might need to change the Cooling unit. I'm getting fuck all out of this. Wait, I did put the bow in, right? Hmm. I'm so glad I didn't try point. A league game? What do you mean? Oh, that was the shit. There we go. Ah. Hi, Ross. Bye, Ross. We see you. Oh, you're here. Some interesting info we got on this word, isn't it? What would you all want to see as well for the beginning of the stream? Should we do Distant Worlds free exploration out towards Beagle Point? Or should we do the alt account, building up towards Elite? The only thing with the alt account is I'm literally just going to do a massive road to riches. Like, it will just be jumping between... It will basically be exploration, but in the bubble where we can't dock. So it's... Also, I literally don't know what else to do with the time travel thing. Like, I wonder if we've just explored it to the max now. And we've just uncovered everything there is to uncover about it. I wonder if that's what it is. Like with the Territora beacon. And that what will happen is there'll be another event that happens. Are you kidding, Ross? I mean, you blatantly are using the intel from this. No chance that you just got that first try. Authentically, do you know what I mean? Literally a cheater. Well, you now can't help. That's weird. Generally, by definition, Has-reses shouldn't contain system authority vessels. Right now, my brain is struggling to see past this. Skeggy? Skego. It's not a thing, is it? Ske isn't a thing. I would like some intel on the other vowels, I think. I have no way to say it's not seen. I like it could be the word seen, and that would what we're seeing here would not discount that at all. That's a very good guess. Now, what are the odds that Ross went for seen as the first guess? It would also mean that on Love Mit's guess there, he did S something, E something, and the yellows must have been. So it could have been Snecky. No, like if it was seen. It could have been SEE. N C. No, I'm just trying to think what word could he have put there that would make that guess. It's a good guess, but we know that E is in the middle. That's the biggest challenge here, isn't it? We can't remove that middle E. Or we can, but we'll be consciously making a step back in that column, you know? Which is an option if we need data, but I am really tempted by scene. I think that we should probably just give it a shot. Because there actually aren't that many places to go with the letters that we've got. And I think it's possibly just right. Yeah. Yeah. There really weren't that many letters to go from with what we had. So GG's 07. Thank you for that guess, Phaser. Great effort. This is my first ever exploration ship. This is the Diamondback Explorer named the New Frontier. This screenshot was taken the first time I ever went to Sagittarius A star, the Great Annihilator. I always find it funny that you can't recognise the ships, Ross, given like your playtime now. It shows that you don't like play it the same way I do. Do you know what I mean? Like you don't. It ain't the same. It don't draw you in the same way it draws me in. It's not a criticism. Like we're all allowed to play it the way that we enjoy. Do you know what I mean? Just give me a sec, mate. I'm just loading it. We advise that all commanders be aware of their duties while in and around the star. Thank you for your cooperation. Yeah, of course. That bad boy ain't going nowhere. Although I might have moved it to Colonia now that I think about it. Maybe it is in Colonia. I'm not sure. Lid as heavy little Luke. Wait. So they've started moving us. Okay. Sweet. Oh, shit. Damn, then we're in the middle of it all. Don't you see it's true? We're gonna go that way. Oh my goodness me. Thank you for jumping me, my friend. You see. Where are my ships? My ult's not on your character, no, on your fleet. No, yeah, I immediately left. You served your purpose and were discarded. See a few of the leadership of Distant World 3 are bowing out. I don't know what's going on. I'm guessing there's some drama or politics going down. Groups of people, innit? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I literally don't know it. I don't have any inside info now. I might have had an inside info if I was still in the core server, but I left last week and that won't change, so I don't know what's going on. Why did I leave it? Because I would say my perspective is despite me always being open-minded and available for things, like if they were to ever send an invite and say, we're going to do an event this weekend, people, if you're free, sign up, I would always tick yes and come, right? Like the only time they've done that since I came back to the game, not November gone, November before, was once, and I showed up for it, and I was one of a handful of people that actually showed up for it. So, in all that time, they've done one thing. I actually find something new in the game related to the mysteries of the game. They're meant to be the group that are all about the mysteries of the game. I find data and reproducible steps, and I bring it to them. Don't have any obligation to do that. And rather than anyone do anything positive or helpful, all they did was the same pew pew in and say it. And the thing was, like, the thing that pissed me off that caused me to leave was that there are people in that group that have senior leadership roles. Like they have the role of council. They're a console member. They're like the leader of that group. They have a massive sway on what people do and don't do in the context of that group. And they literally admit they don't even play the game. And I was like, okay, it's clear to me that this is no longer a game. This is no longer a group that exists in the context of sharing this passion for this game. It's now a group of friends, a clique, that you're either in with or you're out. And I just can't be fucked with it. No, I didn't leave because of how they reacted to time travel. I left because what their reaction shows under the surface is that, like, the culture of that group has evolved to a point where I'm just like a peon outsider looking in. And neither. What are you talking about? What? Ross, are you even listening to me? What? I was talking about Children of Raxxla. What are you talking about? You're not even. You're only half listening to me, aren't you? So I'm just gonna not talk about this. I'll move on. Right, let's go to Beagle Point. Okay, no problem. I was literally looking through my ships. You asked me where where the new frontier is. I was looking through my ships and I highlighted it for you. And then I was looking at my other ships and highlighting them. I don't understand how for so frequently, Ross, we miss each other in communication so wildly. I don't get it. Like I don't get what you don't track with what's happening. Oh well. Maybe it was me. Sorry if I did. But yeah, so the reason I left that group wasn't because of the time travel thing explicitly. Like, I told them about it, and they'd been resistive and offered no help, and I stayed. It was when someone with the leadership role came back in and admitted that they don't even play the game that I was like, I understand what's happening here now. Like, this isn't about whether I'm right or wrong. It's about the group showing that they're unified, and I just don't have time to fight against those sorts of structures. Like, I'm not interested. Like, just if they want to be like that, they can be like that, and that's fine. Like, whatever. There's more than enough room for us all to have fun in this game together. The reason is preconceived ideas. Essentially, it's an inability to instinctively critically think, in my opinion. Like, I think that's why the general response from everyone when I say that there's time travel in Elite Dangerous is that. Yeah. And that's what I will generally advise people moving forwards when it comes to the children. I can only report my experience. So if people like, I will always speak fondly of the times that I was in the Children of Raxxla. I'm really proud that, like, if you go and read Drew Wager's books, there are meetings talked about in those books where there are members of the Children of Raxxla leadership named, and I literally for years I was chatting with those people. There are times when, like, I was in Discord event calls, like group calls, as part of the Children of Raxxla, and what was happening was, like, the group of leaders were in a wing, and they were literally, like, in the meetings that are documented in those books. So, like, the books are they straddle between the game and, like, the game lore and real player conversations and that actually happened. Um, so like, that was amazing. I'd never experienced anything like that in video gaming before. I think you misread stuff, mate. You misread stuff a lot. Like, you say people end up hating you, and I don't think I believe you. I think you annoy people, and for some unsolicited advice, I think you often make definitive statements rather than just being vulnerable and asking questions and exposing the fact you don't know something. Like, I think it's I don't know, that seems to be the pattern that I encounter with you. Is like, you'll rub up against me and you'll piss me off because rather than just saying I don't know this thing, can you explain it? You'll just say, oh, this doesn't work, and I'll be like, what are you talking about? Like, do you know what I mean? So that's all I can comment on in that. You can't misread a streamer saying half their community hates you and they're banning you. I mean, I'm also not saying that it's possible to exist in a state where everyone likes you, right? Like, you've got to pick your fights. Do we want to do the 120 jumps that the in-game plotter scheduled? Also, no, we don't want to do that. We'll do this, this, this. And do you know what? We'll sprinkle in some A's. And then we'll also enable some of them. And then we'll go over here and we'll recalc. Most people don't like me. That's true for most people, dude. Like, just by definition. I don't mean to belittle, like, how you might feel about that, but... Do you know what I mean? Like, my views on most things, most people disagree with. That's just the reality. Like, I've never once seen my democratic vote actually result in the ideas I have being replicated in how society runs. Like, I've never like not what I can't give you one single one step that I've seen in my life. Is there any? Yeah, legislatively, the only thing singly that's happened that I agree with is that cannabis has been made available for medicinal purposes. But even that, I in principle feel that if we spent any time out of the public purse asking the question of whether we should keep performing laws about cannabis, I feel like what should have happened was they just made it recreational. So, like, I'm even pissed off about the fact that even though it means I have the privilege, or kind of privilege of accessing it, I mean, it means that when I was a kid, we had pancakes today. Pancake day, so Shrove Tuesday. We still do that, although, is it today? My old dear was meant to know about this, because she worships Yahweh on a regular basis. And it was his son what said about this, wasn't it? Do. No, it's next week. It's the 17th. Shrove Tuesday is the 17th. Yeah, according to my calendar. Although, are you in the United Kingdom or Shrove? I think it's an act. It's a verb. Old English word shrive, meaning to confess sins and receive absolution, penance. So to shrive is to... Thus, Shrove Tuesday was named after the custom of Christians to be shriven before the start of Lent, which obviously was an annual fast, where people would... I think the traditional Christian idea is to give up two things, right? It's essentially like Ramadan, right? Which is a fast. You don't eat during the daylight hours for 30 days. And then you also give up one luxury that you enjoy on a daily basis so that for the other 11 months you appreciate it more. But obviously... And then I think the other rule is meant to be that you can't do the same thing twice, isn't it? I don't know that, though. But, I mean, it's... So, yeah. Democratically, I do struggle. Like, I struggle because, like, it's hard to agree with people when they say democracy is the best system when democracy has meant that nothing you believe has ever been realised politically. Like, do you know what I mean? It's difficult to say, oh yeah, no, I totally agree. Like, when everyone also agrees the world's pretty fucked. And it's like, well, do you not think maybe if we tried some different ideas, like the ideas I have, things might be better? Morning, buddy.
You have now departed.
Ay, 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 mamma mia. I don't think, but the thing is, Ross, I don't think it needs to be that thick. The problem with it. Like, I think that there's just a core statement that we can make, which is that I think we could just agree at a global level that the scale of human voting power should be equal everywhere. And just that one statement would be the first domino in a massive chain of logical situations that would need to change in order for that to be true, right? Like, just literally that. Just the fact that if you were born by coincidence in America, in the United States of America, then you have 2 opportunities every few years, yeah, to vote, just like I do. But the scale of your 2 votes are very different in an objective sense, right? Like, one of your votes is about your state, likely, which is still like a large geographical region. It is the size of a country, similar in scale to my upper level vote. And then your federal vote influences most of the North American continent, right? Which geographically is a large region. Whereas let's compare that to like Africa, right? Like, there isn't an equivalent federation of states. There is kind of an African federation, but it isn't as politically evolved as the United States. Certainly it doesn't hold a central federal power over all of the subordinate states. And so if you're born in Africa, it might be true that you also have a democratic vote for your local community and then your wider country. And your country may be very large, and, you know, but you don't get to influence the whole continent. So, like, these inequalities in what it means to be an agent in a democracy, I think when we really put the cards on the table, are what's going to matter about solving politics. Like, and then I think the only real reality to it is we should have 2 decisions. We should have a decision about how where we live works, like, so that, you know, within 25 miles of where I live, I want to have a say in the rules, so that I'm not in a position where every time I leave the house I'm inadvertently upsetting someone because I'm doing a moral faux pas, or I'm like accidentally doing something that the general public see as abhorrent, right? Because then I'm in danger. Like, it's just the basics of trying to live safely. And then the other vote I think we should have is about, like, the general direction that we're taking, essentially, I guess, the planet. And anything less than that is just a form of, like, structural inequality that we're building in to the cards that everyone's dealt when they fall out of a pussy, right? Like, it's just part of that. The biggest challenge with it is, like, if you live in North America, or you live in China, or you live in Russia, yeah, bite. You, yeah. 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 That's where I think, like, it's, and all of that middle tier bureaucracy exists, in my opinion, in no trivial part, because like all of this centralized government concept around nations, it creates like a social class of people that want to maintain that structure, right? So that they can tutor their progeny and their children and their apprentices in how to leverage that structure so that, do you know what I mean? Like, that's just the name of the game, right? Like, the best mentors I ever had when I worked in software development and stuff were the older people that could identify my, like, my fire and my passion and try and direct it in a grounded way. Because, like, I'm very much a let's just burn everything and rebuild it better, right? Like, that's kind of my general impulse in how we should progress. Which I get, like, I think everyone gets, like, that attitude does have a value to add, and it should be a seat at the table. But it also is risky to let that attitude ever be the dominant one, because it can lead to, like, Genghis Khan and shit like that, right? So, like, none of this is easy. But that's where I just think, ultimately, all that matters is how we run the stuff near us, and then how we run the planet. It really does, Alan. Yeah, it looks really promising. I was thinking recently as well about, like, I do think that we are essentially at the point where we could actually have a system where, rather than having any taxes, the public and companies just directly fund the things that they want to fund in, and then, like, obviously there's risks of abuse in that. I'm not saying that it should be that simple, but essentially, like, if you care about trans rights, you should just be able to donate as much money as you need or wish or are able to that cause within the context of the government. And then if that's got a large budget, it will get the attention that that budget commands. Do you know what I mean? Or if you care about military, you should be able to give as much money each month. And then, I don't know, I feel like the way that it's difficult because oh boy, that's mad. I mean, COVID was the first, in my opinion, COVID served a purpose other than just being a virus that existed. Like, the way that governments responded to it seemed to be driven by not just science. And I think that this concept I'm talking about of, like, essentially a one world government, like, I am a true globalist in that sense. Like, I really am, like, fully into the idea that we should have one world government. Like, I'll be honest, like, when people rail against it, I've never understood it my entire life. I do not understand anyone's resistance to the concept of a one world government. I don't get it in the slightest. Like, I just don't. The one bit about it I get is the fear that because it would by necessity be very abstracted away from any particular culture or race or normal, that it would become quite callous and calculating about how it manages the people. I understand that part of it, and I can empathise fully with that part. But the other concepts of it, like, there's a lot of people that seem to be just like, dogmatically, the concept of managing the whole planet is intrinsically wrong. I can't understand or agree with it at all. I don't get it. What if your one world government are the Nazis?
System scan complete.
I mean, obviously you can't be nationalist to a planet, can you? Like, I don't know, maybe maybe if it is one nation, the planet. I don't know, it obviously there's more things to the German nationalist party than just the fact that they were nationalist, right? It was mainly the fascist part that generated a lot of issues. Exactly, but that's where, like, I feel like we're having different conversations, because to me, like, this doesn't exist right now, right? Like, the government of the world doesn't exist. So I think that there would need to be a new discussion about where the line of power sits, right? Like, I'm saying I think that we should vote on how stuff is around us, which that vote in itself will create the safe havens you're describing. And then there'll be another vote for the bigger thing. But do you know what I mean? Like, it feels like you're saying that, like, but what people would do is they would just listen to the bigger thing over the local thing. And I don't know why you believe that. It's not true now. It's literally not true now. Like, right now in Britain, it's against the law to smoke cannabis recreationally. But the reality is, if you live in a street where over half the people smoke weed every day, no one gives a fuck. Do you know what I mean? Like, then what happens in that street is everyone smokes weed, and that's just how it works. Those people have a safe havens. They're legally allowed to smoke weed, and obviously there could be issues if it gets up to the wrong government department. They might send in like a SWAT team or something that arrests everyone, and there's a really stressful day where they all get brought in. But ultimately, like, do you know what I mean? I didn't mean to exit. I keep on pressing the wrong button. Like, fear of nuclear war and the fallout of that. Wife really fears that stuff. I would only fear the fallout shelters that might be built in case nuclear war does break out. Yeah, I mean, the nuclear side is a difficult one, because I was born here in Portsmouth. I've lived here at this stage for 2/3 of my life. And, like, I was just brought up transparently with the knowledge that, like, there were nuclear missiles targeting this town. Like, it's just a fact. It's just like a fact of existence that you're taught here. Like, in the same, and that's where, like, so it's always just been true my entire life that if there are certain events that can kick off, and within 10 to 15 minutes of those events happening, I can just be vaporized, like, by a bomb. And that's been true my entire life. Your local council cannot allow something that the government outlaws. Yeah, no, agreed. So I think it would require a redefinition of where the lines of power sit in those structures, right? Like, in order for there to be a move towards equality in the scale of our vote. But that's fundamentally what, like, I'm a real believer in objective proofs over, like, subjective preference. And so what I'm trying to do is just find numbers that we can look at and then start to ask, do we want the number to change, right? And that's, like, when I assess what democracy means at its core, I can't escape that reality that we aren't all born, even if you're born into a democracy, democracies aren't equal, and therefore democracy doesn't guarantee human equality, but it's meant to. The whole point of democracy is that you live in a society of equals. So it comes with that historical inertia, geopolitically, and that I think is one of the points that it's really struggling with. Yeah, Fallout is one hell of a series, isn't it? Ooh. Like, can you imagine if instead of there being tax bills and everyone wanting to keep it secret because there's like that implicit relationship between the amount of money that you can pull in tax-free versus not tax-free, and people, like, if you say, oh, I paid this much in tax this year, people will do calculations to work out what your income is. People get shady about that, right? If we had a situation where essentially you're like, so I would be, my position in life right now, right, would be one where whilst the state would support me, it would be clear to everyone that I am a net loss, because I'm not currently supported by the state at all, but if I lived out of my mum's place, like if I had a place and the government was paying for it all, and I wasn't generating value and then returning value back into the budgets of the government in a way that creates a cycle, it would be very clear that I'm in a position socially where I'm not paying my way. Do you know what I mean? Like right now that doesn't exist. Like there's a disconnect between you as an agent and a sovereign person and your responsibilities civically, and it creates all these layers where people can dissolve their responsibilities and just be like, oh no, I'm going to make blanket decisions that fuck over people because that's their problem. I don't know, do you know what I mean? I feel like there is a place for economics to help with these things, but then the problem is, I feel like, you know, I said like I want to have objective stuff that we can measure. I do also have subjective beliefs though. Like I do subjectively want to move towards a world where survival is automated. So I want to make it so that humans surviving is free. And don't get me wrong, like a large chunk of the work required is already done for that to be a truth. Like we discount economically the fact that all of the work of food is labour performed by other species naturally based on evolution, right? Like it... Do you know what I mean? Like there is no economic incentive for the wheat to grow. It's just how physics works, right? Like there is no amount of money you have to pay for a steel beam to remain rigid. It's just what it will physically do. Like it's... So we don't capture any of that in our economics at all. Like we ignore it. Actually, we actively have to ignore it because it completely undermines, like it's completely unjustified to have any labor in like inequality when you factor that in, because the idea that one person can get paid more for their effort than others, when the reality is 80 to 90% of the work done is just like nature and physics. It's just mad. Housing and food should be free. Healthcare too. I think the hardest bit, like where your I agree in principle, but it's hard, isn't it? Because your sentence will... It's kind of like when I say that HIP 87621 is time travel, and people just immediately will rebuff it because there's... It's the word free that's the problem, right? Because there is no such thing as free. Everything requires energy and work in order to happen. And that's the bit that people that... And that there's people that believe that money equates to energy and work. And that's where I think a lot of miscommunication happens. Because I don't speak about money in that sense. But people that I'm talking to that believe money is that, hear it like that. Right, so if I talk about work, they hear money. If I talk about energy, they hear money. If I talk about money, they hear money. But to me, they're all separate things, completely separate things. And I completely understand that there's a bunch of work that needs to happen that requires energy in order for us all to live. And like, if I want to go into a building and be cared for medically, that has a whole bunch of steps that have to happen before it, in order for me to actually get the outcomes I desire. Oh man, we're definitely not the first on this route. Growing up, we had a system in place for housing, education, healthcare, etc. but at some point our government said it's not fair for the ones making money off these things, and they privatise stuff like healthcare, energy, etc. It's a really tough problem because until recently, like, humans economically have just been, like, the way the numbers fall have meant that people were cheaper than the other technologies like robots, etc. But that literally, in the last year, like, the way that the exponential growth of technology has just continued to track, and transistor density has continued to increase past Moore's law, and energy density has continued to increase. We've finally seen the commercial entry of solid state battery devices, which, get ready, like, the jump in humanoid robot technology in the last 8 months has been what I've been, like, it's so vindicating to see. Like, I have a long-standing situation of overestimating how quick some of these things will be, and it's only been in the last year that we're actually starting to see technologies be able to be developed at the speed that my mind believes makes sense. Like, have you guys seen the latest robots coming out? Like, the jump in technology that they've made in the last year? Like, have you seen the Boston Dynamics Atlas? Well, no, because the point of that, Sticks, obviously that's not true, because you have to exchange your labour and your rights as a citizen in order to access that, right? Like, members of the military do not have the same rights as a human as other people. Like, you forfeit your decision to die or not in order to access that. That's kind of a big deal.
Children, we imagined the promise of tomorrow. A future where science fiction would become reality. That's where our journey began. Our goal was simple: to find out what was possible. Animals and humans move so easily through the world. Our obsession was with how. So, we gave them legs, arms, hands. You watched our robots do the impossible. Jump, run, climb, and flip. Then we asked, what if we could automate the hard work? Make things safer, easier, make our lives better.
Yeah, I
For
love
5
this shit.
years,
I'm
we've
so
been taking
excited about it.
robots out of the lab and into the world. Now begins the next chapter, a superhuman robot, built to perform, built to work. Atlas is the realization of 3 decades pushing and breaking boundaries. The best we've ever built, and the bridge between human ingenuity and what comes next. Innovation is our lever. Your imagination is our inspiration. A world where physical automation expands our horizons. A world where robots walk with us as helpers and companions to make life easier, safer, and more fulfilling. Atlas is not the end of our journey, but the beginning of your tomorrow.
They're going to be the new smartphones, guys. I'm 100% down for that, Ross. Well, no, Bite. It's important to understand that there are 2 separate economic structures, and the monetary system is separate to technology. So, like, technology exists in the tangible world, right? If it doesn't matter if the Great British Sterling fails and all of your savings get deleted, you lose your pension, you lose your mortgage. It doesn't, like, none of that. It is all real in the degree that your belief that obeying that as a real thing means that other people will believe in it, and therefore you can all work together in all, like, you could, that means the farmer still does his job and does the farming and gets his money, you know what I mean? Like, but it's not actually real. Like, if all of that got deleted, all the euros got deleted, the robots would physically exist, the electric cars would physically exist still, right? And so that, like, that doesn't, like, the fact that things get more expensive is a symptom of how the monetary system is built at its core. Like, it is literally built into the system. Like, the success state of a fiat currency is that it grows to infinity, and that's like the do you know what I mean? And by virtue of that, if the resource base that economic system, that the fiat currency is pegged to, if the resource base doesn't also grow at the same speed, then the only logical possibility is that your spending power gets eroded. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's literally built into the fiat currency system. And so that's why we have this experience. And obviously, because there are relative purchasing costs, like, because survival is still in the economic base of costs you need to pay for with money, ultimately what we then experience is this concept of the cost of living increasing. And it's completely counter to the evidence of science, right? Like, the evidence of science is that we can feed every human on planet Earth and provide them with the energy they require to heat their property, have access to entertainment digitally. That is just the evidence scientifically. We have the capability to do that. The problem is purely economic and distribution. And I think ultimately at its course, yeah, the resource base. So like all of the minerals in the ground in Britain are a finite thing, right? Like, when we dig down, like, there was this new resource discovered recently. I can't remember the name of it, but let me just look at this other robot, because this one's fucking mad. But yeah, sorry, when I was saying about the resource base, all I mean is, like, so fiat currencies are fine for a country that is an expansionist, like, military hegemon, for example. Like, if the United States wanted to see the dollar have the greatest rise of its history, like, if that's the sentence that they wanted to pursue, kind of like if you were to target an AI with a bad goal, this would be a bad goal to give America, but it seems to be what they're interested in doing right now at macroscopic geopolitical level, the best thing they could do is acquire new land, because that would bring new resources into the resource base of their federal economy, and it would essentially underwrite the creation of trillions of dollars of new money, which they could then disseminate to their public. They'd essentially convert the assets of like Greenland or whatever land they acquire into dollars, and then just like underwrite that as a government, and they could do it. Like the central bank would let them do it. They would let them literally print trillions of dollars and make so many people cash rich in America. The point is though, like, if everyone becomes a millionaire, then it is irrelevant. A loaf of bread just costs 10 grand, and suddenly it's no different to everyone having £1,000 and a loaf of bread costing £1, right? It's all like, it's all bollocks. Wow, I see. What a genius idea that is. Fascinating time for robot technology. So I think, like, honestly, we are in like a clusterfuck. As like, I saw all this years ago, which is why I think part of where I just cracked and just punched a wall was just like seeing that even in the best case scenario, like, it didn't matter how hard I worked, the fact that I was working at an incumbent technology company that has the inertia of having to like shift its culture and all that stuff in the light of AI development and that. And like, that's the only real choice in the market. Most commercial entities, they're really hesitant, and rightfully so, about using these AI models to use for development and stuff, because it means ultimately that the AI model knows your code base, right? Yeah. I think it's this simple. Like, one of the biggest steps we can take, and I think that rather than the Green Party going down this whole wealth tax angle with Gary Stevenson, which I get to a degree, but I just feel like the issue with that angle of trying to go down the wealth tax is it causes not just a fight against wealthy people that have money now, but you also have to fight against the hope of poor people, right? Like, because poor people hope that one day they'll be in the position of the wealthy, right? And so then that's why it's such a hard thing to get moved in, because people in positions of power can lean on that hope element. And they can say, well, but don't you want to live in a society where even if you were born poor, you can go on to become rich? And if we have this tax, you'll never get there, because the second that you get earnings in that bracket, it will be lost. In the same way that, like, there's many people that were born middle class like me, and you get to a point in your earnings where you suddenly realise, like, now I'm not like this, like, I'm not as driven by this, but there is an economic reality to this. That there can be cases where it makes more sense to, for example, make it so that you have a lease car through your company on salary sacrifice, and make it that you pay more into your pension than you might need to keep your annual salary below a tax bracket, so that you... Do you know what I mean? Like, you have all these weird anti-patterns where you end up spending effort depriving the public purse of your efforts, because it makes economical sense based on the system, but, like, ultimately it's just an anti-pattern. You're just being selfish. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like, it, yeah, I just... And I get that it makes sense. It's rational and reasoned based on how the system is. I'm not disputing that. But do you know what was also rational and reasonable? Owning black people in the year 1400. But we all agree that that's fucking wrong now, don't we? So I think, like, let's just get our fucking head out of our ass and be responsible about how we run our planet. Like, it's... We can change what is and isn't morally acceptable. That can all shift. So, what must you? The robots? I think that I honestly, at this point, I feel like Yoda looking at Anakin Skywalker's future. It's just too cloudy for me. Like, there's too much hate. Yeah, no, I feel you, right? I mean, it is a very contentious thing to bring up. The only reason my mind went there was because last night I was watching a video from Alex O'Connor, and he was talking to, like, a Catholic AI, like this AI developed by the Catholic Church. It was a brilliant and hilarious conversation where he ties the AI up in a logical knot. Because there is, like, a logical knot in just Catholicism. And obviously the AI is trying to reason around it, but it can't. And so it just ends up contradicting itself. Anyway, and it is based on slavery, essentially. How in the Old Testament, the Bible states that Jewish people can own other humans. And Alex O'Connor is essentially like, wait, so if God is always right and God is always good, why did God say they can do that when it's now accepted that it's bad? And it's essentially an intractable argument, right? So that's why my mind went to that topic when I was talking about abhorrent things that we no longer allow. It's funny you call it that, because I literally... Where is it? I've got a note on my phone. Let's see how old this note is. I've got these records from years ago, things I wrote that I never edit, so I've got the old timestamps. I wrote this on the 14th of January, 2013. Wow. Just over 13 years ago. I remember writing this. I was walking back from a wine bar in Southsea. And immediately before it, Oh no, this isn't true because the bet was in August. So I'd been having these thoughts in the January, and then I remember that it culminated in me making a £50 bet. I've got a bet for 50 quid with my mate, Ollie. And the bet is that by the 17th of August 2043, technology will have replaced human labour. Money will no longer exist. Human life will be focused on societal improvement as opposed to personal financial improvement. That was a bet I made with him on the 17th of August. And I made the bet with him under the agreement that if I'm right, he'll obviously owe me nothing because money won't exist. But like this was what I wrote in January. We all want slaves, but we had to make slavery illegal because the power corrupted people. So we made it illegal and instead forced people to enslave themselves via fiat currencies and taxation. Now we're realizing we can design machines for everyone that can provide everything where it's needed. Things are most certainly amiss. I wonder how long till money fails. And it's lasted another 13 years so far. I can say that much. But and now, like, what I think I'm realising now that I've grown a bit since then is I don't think money will fail as a concept. I think that it will, because we cannot ignore the value that having those structures has added, right? It's just, I think that the areas of civic life where money is used need to change, and I feel like we've been really privileged in Britain and in the West and countries that have social health care, like, to have experienced that access model where, you know, like, healthcare is free at the point of access. I think that that is a brilliant pattern that we should look to emulate for just general survival. So like food, housing, all that stuff, it should just literally be law that it cannot be valued with money. Full stop. Like, just remove money from it. All of it. And I know that that's some big questions. Well, why would anyone be a farmer? Well, okay, no. Let's reframe that. Reframe the problem. Now that there's no money in food, why aren't we automating it as much as possible? Right? Like, that's the... And then the next point I would say is, whilst I'm not saying there should be, I'm saying there should be no money in ingredients, let's put it that way. Like, I think that if you perform work to take a bunch of ingredients and turn them into a finished meal product for someone, that if you wish to charge for that effort, that should be something that we have a market system that supports it. You're not wrong, Byte. Like, we already have the technology for the entire survival supply chain to be fully automated. That is fact. Like, fully automated. There's no reason why we can't have robots running farms and hydroponic farms that create all the food we need, and then we have automated transport that takes it from there to a facility where it's automatically processed and then divided up into packages and then automatically transported around, just like Amazon do with all their stuff, right? They still have a few humans flying the planes and that, and they have a few humans in the warehouses, but yeah. And construction as well. Construction can be fully automated. It's still currently in a position where many of the individual trades end up being cheaper to pay one specialist human because there is no general purpose specialist robot. But I guarantee you the technology we were just looking at it's a software problem. So the speed that we can increment software is so ridiculous that once we have the hardware platforms nailed down, this idea that being a painter and decorator and a plumber and stuff is safe is a complete joke. It's a complete joke. It's just a matter of time before we have a painting and decorating firm that has the gimmick that it's just robots that do it all, right? And you'll have one guy that comes round and he brings a truck with robots in and he supervises them all when they do up your house. And the second that starts, yeah. So, I mean, that's the big problem right now, isn't it? Is when you are basing your reason and your perspective on how the cards currently sit, how the economy currently is structured, all this automation and technology is a threat. It's a huge threat. It's going to result in starvation, people homeless, killing themselves because they can't feed their kids. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not joking. Like, that is literally, that is, if we're all in a tram together, that is what we're about to hit. Like, that is the where we're heading. And there is no one suggesting any alternatives. I am. No one's really, I mean, you guys seem to be listening to me to a degree, but do you know what I mean? Like, that's where the track's going, and I'm saying we need to pull a lever, or we're going towards a really bad period of time. And I think that I'm just in a privileged position where I'll probably be able to sidestep a lot of the worst bits of it. I hope, anyway. So, like, I'm saying it all to a degree because I don't want everyone else to get fucked over. Like, I'm not too worried about me. Things could change in a way that could mean I have to make some big changes in my life, but I'm confident I can earn good money and stuff if I need to. It's a messed up situation, guys. What I'm saying, though, is the incentives right now are to just keep going with what you're doing. And to a degree, that's wise, but if there's no mental preparation for a COVID-like event where, like, there could feasibly be a day in the next year where the central government, whether it's Tory or Labour or whatever, or Reform, has to go onto the podium and say, we've looked at the data and everyone's going on furlough again because automation has made it so that none of you need to work. And I don't know what that, I think that will, people will go insane. I actually think, right, that if we were in a world where just being alive was what was acceptable, right? Like, here's my vision of what I think life should be like what cards you should be dealt in life, yeah? So I think that, firstly, there's one cornerstone to this that's really important that we underline, and it's that I think that everyone that's born should be a conscious pregnancy that's consensual of both parties, and it should be engaged in from the perspective that they have confidence that, assuming natural laws are followed, that person will be a happy contributing member of society, right? So, like, I have to make that cornerstone statement, because what I'm not saying is that we should just all be going around fucking each other in some hedonistic dream and just squeezing out kids left, right and centre with no consideration of their future, etc., right? Like, if anything, we need to have a greater sense of responsibility about the humans that we create. And I know this is to a very big degree rich, coming from a man that doesn't live near his daughter and in any way contribute to her day-to-day life. I'll just say that outright, do you know what I mean? But regardless, like, this is the position that I hold.
System scan.
So I am assuming that is very clearly understood by all future economic agents, voters, whatever you want to call them. And therefore, from this point on, like, all people that are born meet that requirement. So what I imagine, like, is you're born and you exist in a local community of a varying size, but let's face it, like, Dunbar's number exists. So most people maintain a maximum network size of about 100 to 150 people, right? So the reality is, when you're born, there is going to be a web of people whose decisions matter to you. Like, the things that they do and say can have ripple effects that are likely to affect your life. Obviously, that can be true of other people in other places, but fundamentally, there is a core group of people that care about you and that you need to be on board in order to raise you effectively. And all those people should have a perspective of how your life's going. If they're tangentially in your life, they should have access to it. I'm not saying that they should all be compelled to be up to speed with what you're doing. There'll be different people that have different amounts of interest and stuff, and that's fine. but it should be available. Like, everyone should be able to find out whether you've got upset at school or whether you're struggling with learning to read. Like, all these things should just be public knowledge. I know this is really controversial to a lot of people, but I'm just saying how I think it should be. Like, if you have a health condition, that should be public knowledge. Like, in the way that I talk about my medical condition openly, the reason I do that is because I think that where society should be is that all that is completely transparent. Like, you should be able to see that a doctor has looked inside my stomach and confirmed that I have this abnormality that causes me pain and stuff. Like, you shouldn't have to just believe my words. And that goes a long way. Like, it's very close to the social credit score system that they have in China, to be honest, is where it ends up ultimately pragmatically being. Is where we all essentially have all these different parameters about us that are objective and verifiable and true, and that they will eventually mean that we have access to different things in society. And that right now, the only tool we have to mediate that is money, right? So what I would imagine is that what I'm describing at the moment would be a way where different people get different allowances or incomes. But fundamentally, your existence, your survival would be guaranteed. So in the same way that right now, if I broke my arm, I wouldn't worry about whether I can afford to go to the hospital to have my arm scanned and then a cast applied to it, and all of the medical products, the physical stuff that needed to be manufactured and transported to that building. I don't think twice about the costs inherent in that, right? Because I just accept that part of us living in a civilized society is that we're going to incur those costs, and we're going to engineer those costs into how we operate. That's how it should be for food, energy, and shelter. And what I imagine is it kind of being like a global centre parks, where we all have, in some form, like when you go to centre parks, you get like a little plastic armband, like a festival band that you wear. So it'll be some form of that. Yes, this means everyone is chipped, essentially, at birth. All right? And what that means is every day you have access to those things. If you want to go and visit London, you can just go to London and there will be hotels, and when you go to the hotel, you'll scan and that will give you a room for the night. And it will give you bed and board. It will give you breakfast in the morning. It will give you... Do you know what I mean? And essentially that's how it pragmatically would work. And if in the meantime, like, we need to do a system where we still track all the costs of all those things, and then the government pays it into like a central bank account, and then all of the companies that are part of these systems claim from that. If that's what we need to do in the meantime to move to this, I'm bang up for that. But like, we need to get survival out of the economy, because it's just going to result in people killing themselves. Like, they'll look at the reality and they'll go, I don't have the money to be alive. I don't want to die slowly suffering on the street of starvation and exposure, so I'm going to throw myself in front of a train. Like, that's just the logical position that people end up looking at their life from. And then all it takes is one day of making that decision and they're gone. There's no takey backs. Do you know what I mean? And that's why I think that we need to just remove the money from it, because it don't need to exist anymore. It did need to exist for a long time. It doesn't anymore. I'm deep on a political rant today. Sorry if this alienates anyone. I know you might just be here to chill out, watch some exploration, and enjoy some Elite Dangerous. I don't know, why am I in this mindset today? I'm just frustrated, I guess. I'm frustrated that I'm stuck down here in Portsmouth, away from my kid. I don't know if she's okay. And I feel like I should be allowed to just choose to live up there. But then the issue comes, doesn't it? If what I believe is that I should only be able to vote on where I live and then the globe, then in principle what I'm saying is, why can't someone from Kathmandu decide they want to live next door to my daughter, right? And that's the big question. That's where this all starts to come to a head, doesn't it? In practice. Because I want my daughter to grow up in an area that makes sense to me, so I can relate to her. Right? And that means that I want the culture in that area to match my expectations. which means by default, you can't have a load of people from Kathmandu moving there or anywhere else, because then it would be representative of the culture there, right? And immediately, obviously, it might change over time. There'll be a new thing built out of that change that's completely valid and necessary and fine. So that's the hard bit, I think, isn't it? Is we have to be really vulnerable and trust that essentially what we happen to have been born into morally as norms is just a coincidence, and it is no truer or righter than other people's norms. And that's really hard for people to get their head around. And I'm not saying I have, or that I can, like, but it is a logical outcome of my beliefs around how we should structure things. So I don't know, like, that's where my beliefs start to get to their edge, where I don't know where to turn from there. And I don't think the current system has a better solution to this problem. Like, I think that this is just a problem in both systems. The issue or the concept of multiculturalism and how we actually build a culture or a society around it.
Fuel scooping. System scan complete. Fuel scooping complete.
We're not finding much good stuff, are we? But we are making swift progress towards Beagle Point. And to be honest, I'm not really looking for anything in particular. I mean, if we find Earth 2.0, we'll take it, you know?
Fuel scooping complete. System scan complete. System scan complete. Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
But yeah, I would recommend watching that thing I mentioned earlier about Alex O'Connor, the debate he had. So it's not really a debate, because it's kind of beautiful how, like, the AI isn't able to deceive to the same degree a human would. So it's interesting how the AI lays bare the logical flaws in the Catholic Church's position. And, like, yeah, the AI just cannot
Fuel scooping.
reason it, obviously, because it is unreasoned. Like, it is just, essentially they're just saying we changed our mind, but we don't know better than God, is essentially what they're saying.
System scan complete.
I think I might have to partake in a sausage roll. Also, for dinner tonight we have pasta cacciatore. Or chicken cacciatore, I guess. With pasta. It's technically what it's actually called. Greg's. I love it. I would eat pasta cacciatore every week. If it were up to me, my meal plan would be like, I'd have 3 meals a week that are pasta, one pizza a week. Like I'd have a day where I just eat a pizza, and I'd have a fish night, which would be like fish and chips or whatever, or maybe like salmon on couscous with veg. And then I would also have like a red meat fest, so whether that's spag bowl one night or something like that, like that. But where my old dear is into Slimming World, she gets I don't know, I mean she loves pasta, it's just, I don't know, it's hard, isn't it? Her issue is she's got no fucking sense of portion control, so she'll sit there and kick off that my meal's bigger. And I get it, like, she's working and paying for all the fucking food, so I do understand. But I am also a 6'3" geezer, and she's like a 5'1" woman. She doesn't kick off, it's way too strong. I take it as her kicking off, and it's literally her just, like, I don't know, I can't understand how much food she can eat, to be honest. It blows my mind. You are largely correct by your statement about all writing.
Fuel scoping.
Damn, catch up the little fuel now. Gonna have to scan an FSS out. What are we gonna find here? Don't you wanna come and see it now, my dear? What have we got? Is it all the good stuff? No, it's a fucking icy block. Oh my god. Scan it anyway. Because we'll add it to the dictionary. I don't know what to say. Coming around, this one is here. I'll sing a little song to you. It makes no sense if you're on YouTube. I'm really sorry you can't hear the beat. Anyway, if anyone at any point has any new ideas about the time travel stuff, let me know as well. Like, I'm bang up for doing more experiments. There's just not really any coming to mind right now. Like, we still haven't found anything that's actually different when you're time traveled. And that is a valid, I guess, criticism, I guess. I mean, I don't really get why it has to be a criticism, but it feels like a criticism. Let's put it this way. I feel like when people choose to focus on that, their reason behind focusing on that is to justify it as an excuse to do nothing, right? Like the reason that they say, oh, but nothing changes when you time travel, the reason they're saying that sentence, what it actually, like, there's a pretext to it, which is, I'm not going to do anything about this because when you time travel, nothing changes other than the position of the stars, right? Like, that's what the actual whole sentence is, they just don't say it. Yeah. Roll du soissons. Who's having Greg's, by the way? Are you, Breaker? You're getting Greg's. Very expensive. O'Brien. Bannon. What do you mean? Steve Bannon.
Fuel scooping.
Just like, oh god, no. Commander Bannon, I hope.
Fuel scooping complete.
Yeah, I know, Bite. I know something does change. I mean, the thing is, these people, they're not arguing from a position of reason or logic or even information. Like, this is the problem. Is like in my opinion, the only reasoned position to have on the time travel thing is to be able to, in truth, say the following sentence. I've been there and it happens for me, because I know it happens for everyone, like based on all evidence. So the only truthful statement, I think, like the truly objective statement people can have on the time travel thing is, I've been there, it happens for me, I understand why you would call it time travel, because the only evidence in the game that time exists is the position of the planets, and the only evidence to humanity that time exists is the coherence in the position of the planets. And it is reproducible. Like, that's the only reasoned thing. Now, everything past that I've discussed, I think I've done a good job of being clear that it's my idea, right? Like, I believe it could mean this. But I think I'm at liberty to share that, right? Like, I also want to give people an opportunity to see that I have deep knowledge of the lore, and I've been around in the game a long time, because I am ultimately creating this content as a vehicle for more people to find the stream, right? Oh, Commander Bannon, Dow Cassian, welcome, welcome. So it's, and I think where people get tripped up is they have like a dogmatic view on their belief that it's bad for me to create content about the game, right? Like, they don't like content creators or streamers or whatever. And so I think what they allow to happen is they take that sentiment, the dislike of me inherently because I'm content creating about their game, and they let that poison what I'm saying. They go, oh, it's not true, he's just creating drama to create a fuss and to get people to watch his stream. And that's what I think a lot of people use as their reason to discount it. And I will be honest and say that I 100% will play up the fact that it looks like it's time travel in order to attract people into my stream. I'm not gonna lie about that. Like, I'm fully fucking up in your face about it. Like, I'm chill with that. That's why I do this for money. Like, I am not doing this because I'm rich and I can just afford to spend the middle of my 30s sat around playing video games all day. I'm doing this because I believe this genuinely could be the path to me having the economic freedom I believe I could handle. More so than being in employment. Like, that's why I'm doing this. It's, to me, this seems like the logical, rational thing to do. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of, like, failed communication happening, and there's a non-trivial portion of that that I'm responsible for, that I don't know how to change or improve, but I'll try. But for now, I think the key in any of these people that are saying that they don't believe it, or it's not time travel, or whatever, isn't to engage them in that debate. It's to just say to them, I will only change my mind when the bug or the issue says fixing. Like, literally on the day that that happens, so I log into the issue tracker and Frontier have updated it to fixing, I will release a video saying, I know I've spoken a lot about time travel. The reason I called it that is it looks like time travel. Right now, it looks like it's a bug that's being fixed. And that will be the last I'll talk about it, right? Until they release the fix, and then I will go and test it again and see what they've changed. Because it might be that, like right now, I'm wondering if maybe they'll say it's a bug, and what it could mean is the fact that it persists when you leave is what's fixed. I mean, I just don't know. Like, we'll only find that out when something changes. But yeah, right now the data is objectively true that going to the Radacoida site time travels you. That's just... That isn't an opinion. That's not a belief. It's literally in the game, objectively proven. Can only be disproven by FDev with them coming out with, yes, it was a major fuck up at our end, or time travel. I do believe that it's fair to say we've matched the problem. We've matched the problem space to such an accurate degree that that is the only two. There is that other third path where they say it was a bug, but they don't come out and say it was a major big mess up. And then when they release the fix that lists this issue, we still go there and we still time skip. But for example, when you jump away, it resets. Like that could be a scenario. What are you thinking, Musty? What are the other things? I'll try my best to be unemotional. I think the hardest bit about it is I agree with what you said there about how the mysteries are half the fun. And what I wish this was just a massive circle jerk of fun where I had hundreds of people watching the stream every day wrapped up in this mystery of how do we uncover what the truth of the time travel at the Radacoidas is. I think that's like, I'm really pissed off that what's actually happened is everyone's just incredibly jaded and they just talk down about it. That's correct, Crazy Boy. It's like a year into the game being a released product. It's more aligned. I mean, there is no update on that date. There was no software update on that date. There's no justified reason that date would be a static date that we get dragged back to when you go there. And I will admit, we haven't redone the calculations on multiple days and proved that it increases. It's just subjective looking at the galaxy map. Sorry, the horary mode of Sol. It looks as if it is always going back to the same moment. It might even be possible that we could calculate the precise... No, it does appear that it takes you back to the exact now moment, but in that date, doesn't it? Because... No, wait, it also takes you to a time of day that we haven't calculated yet. Doesn't it? Because otherwise... No, it takes you back just an amount of time in days. Because when you time shift and then wait 20 minutes, and then I come down and time shift, I then experience the time from 20 minutes before you, right? That's what we showed with Rosen's video. So... So all evidence suggests that the generation time of the Stellar Forge was in like early 2014, late 2013. Because they had to do that and bake it in and get the technology done. If I was a dev and time was important, my first default fallout. I think the most obvious default time to use is the UTC epoch time, which is generally what a timestamp type will overflow into. So in any sense where a field that takes the type of a UTC timestamp exists, as a software tester with over a decade of experience, what I expect to see in an error state is 01011970:00:00:00 space 00:00 plus 00:00. That is the exact default timestamp I expect code to overflow to. And I have used that timestamp in software testing for decades. If it was defaulting to that date, someone needs to then explain why that date, because I have no reason. That's all I can say. Like, but then likewise, it would also beg the question of why are there no other POIs in the entire galaxy that have invoked this same issue? And then we fall back into the position of the only logical way for this one set of POIs to have this difference is that the developers coded in this time thing to the Radicoides, which then means they spent development time and effort building this thing that results in what we're seeing, and I don't understand why everyone has the hubris to call that a bug. Like, that is a software development feature. That is... That sounds like they did software development on a new type of POI, not that there's now a bug. Like, I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Thank you, Musty. So the other timestamp that we had our eyes out for was any timestamp in that origin timestamp window for the Stellar Forge, right? Because the current understanding based on the presentation that Frontier gave about how they built the Stellar Forge is that they like iterated on the algorithm and stuff over months and months and months until they got to the one they were essentially hard committing to, and then that became the galaxy data, full stop. Like, and there was a reprocessing of it when they built Odyssey so that they could do the stuff for the planetary landings with atmospheres. So they reprocessed that data set to enrich the data set with new structures, like data structures, like exobio stuff. But there's no evidence that they fundamentally changed that core data set. So, like, the issue is, though, mate, that it's not... It's like they're seeing a grifter when all I've done is stumbled across some data, and that's the bit that's proper dangerous. Like, that's the bit that I'm genuinely concerned about the state of a broader society in response to what I've experienced through this time travel thing. Like, I'm not joking either. Like, it really worries me that Elite generally attracts quite intelligent people, and yet the average person that plays Elite does not have the critical reason ability to see the data that I'm presenting to them and then have the curiosity to just ask the simple question, does that happen for me as well? Like, that's the only step of curiosity required to just find out, does this happen for me as well? And that would be the first step to discovering that, to going down the path I went down, right? And you have to be willing to take that step to challenge your own views. And most people aren't, are they? It would appear. Like, most people would rather tell someone to fuck off, tell them they're an idiot, and then just live in ignorance. How you doing, Dowley? I hope you've had a pleasant few days. I hope that Elite's treating you well. I did worry that we might have scared you off with all of the culture shock since last week's subathon on the Thursday. Well, Musty, no. What I think is that I would live somewhere where there's loads of smart people. Have you seen Tomorrowland? Have you seen the film Atlas Shrugged? I am John Galt. Let's say that much. Glad to hear it, Jowly. Glad to hear it. Well, it's really glad to see your name pop back up. What you been up to in Elite? If you've not seen the film Atlas Shrugged, it's not a good film from a cinematographic perspective, but from a philosophical perspective, I do recommend it. I'm not a subscriber to the self-interest theory of Ayn Rand, but I don't discount that she makes some really powerful insights into how humans can be observed to be driven. But I would say she didn't have a deep enough understanding of the play between nurture and nature. I feel like she has incorrectly ascribed greed as a part of human nature, and I fundamentally disagree with that. Like, fundamentally. The only evidence I have from my life is that people are not greedy. Other than, like, obviously there is a line to that. You see greedy billionaires and stuff. But, like, speaking to myself of how I've been interacted with by people. But then maybe I'm naive. Because then again, I have also worked hard for many employers and never been financially rewarded in the same way they have, right? Like, all of the bosses of the companies that I've worked at own their own houses outright. They have multiple cars. Their kids never need to work. Do you know what I mean? I've made many millionaires through my efforts, or the combined efforts of me and my colleagues. And I've never been seen in the same regard financially. Going out today to get one of those small half keyboards. Oh, very nice. Just like one with no numpad and that. Is that what you mean? Or do you mean literally like just the numpad section? Oh, that sounds lovely, Jolly. You've done a bit of it all. And Musty, by the way, I'm actually not joking, by the way. Like, I would genuinely, I know this might really rub people up the wrong way, but I would genuinely prefer to live in a geographical area where there is literally an IQ test to get in. Like, I'm not joking at all. I would love it if I could live in a town where there were no people below 130 IQ. Oh my god. Oh my god. Things I'd do to live there. Like... And that would be allowed in the system I'm describing, right? It would be allowed to have... Birmingham could go full-blown Sharia law if it wants. Whatever. Like, you can vote on how you live, where you live.
Complete.
Planning to unlock the suit engineers in Colonia, but I don't know how much work it will be. Oh yeah, no, that it would be. I mean, yeah, no, I don't. I think unfortunately, the reality is that autistic traits track with IQ, I think. So, like, something tells me it would be a low small talk zone. Like, you ever want to meet people in a rush, meet high IQ people. Like, they do not like being slowed down, or... I mean, it is a remarkable experience, like, being in that group and then sitting at, like, a Mensa meeting. And it's weird. It's weird because you don't realise how much friction you go through just existing, having to move at the pace of, like, most people. And then the times when I've sat in a Mensa meeting with all Mensa people, the speed that we communicate at, and, like, the speed that conflict gets created and then just destroyed because we just fucking traverse so much stuff so quick, it's outrageous. I don't mean stupid people, because it's not that to be of normal intellect doesn't make you stupid. Like, it means I'm the freak. Like, I'm the weirdo. Like, I don't know how to put it any other way. Like, I'm the aberration. Not you lot, if you are in that group. I don't know. Like, I think it's also quite likely I probably do alienate people. So, I think it's plausible I only really capture viewers that... I like to imagine, anyway, if you stick around and watch me, you're probably quite smart. That's probably just my ego talking, but... I'll roll with it. I'll roll with it. I think you got the right idea. And yeah, no, Musty, back to what you said earlier about, like, the one world democracy thing. I think the key line in the sand would be that the global democracy literally can't make decisions about how local stuff works. Like, it should be an engineering problem that the global system is trying to solve, right? Like, we need to move all this food that grew there to there. Jowly is the Dunning-Kruger effect. You're very privileged. I think many people would describe your state as wise, Jowly. That's wisdom what you're describing there, isn't it? I'm still naive enough to hope that people will listen to logic and reason, but that hope is slowly being dashed. And I'm afraid to say I think the candid reality is that we do just exist in a situation where people will only respond to might, won't they? Might is unfortunately right. And as much as I wish we would move towards a world where that wasn't true, it is the world we're in. The only reason I disagree with what you're saying, Ross, is because we exist in an echo chamber in the West, and the objective reality is that your statement isn't true. It's just what that is happening in the West. Like, in Western culture, you're right, I think, that the values that are being exemplified are callousness, selfishness, self-interest, which is an extension of neoliberalism, essentially, right? But in raw objective terms, like, that's not the reality of the planet. Like, it is still true that China is the global hegemon, full stop. Like, whenever we talk about humanity, it makes far more sense to talk about what's normal in China than it does to talk about what's normal anywhere else. There are more Chinese people than any other race. They're like they are humanity. Like, that is the objective reality. We can all argue, oh no, our country's better than theirs, but it's they have just one. Like, it's that simple. There's more of them. Their country's bigger, their economy's bigger, their technology's better. Like, it's just, yeah. So I think the reality is that as a species, what's grown is the group of people that have a perspective that's collectivist. Like the future of our species looks as if we're moving in a direction more similar to the structures that exist politically in China and Russia than what we've got used to in the West. And that means that what we view as freedoms and rights will likely change over the future time, because the rules over there are different, right? You don't have the same rights as a citizen in China as you do in Britain or America.
System scan complete.
So it's just where we exist in a deliberately constructed echo chamber, I might add. It's like, it's a decision, and in the same way that Chinese people exist in an echo chamber, right? Like, they literally have a firewall built. So yeah, like, ultimately the history books and what will physically persist in time, the legacy that will actually go forward, in my belief, isn't what we've grown up and see as normal.
Fuel scooping.
Like, I don't think that we're sat in the Roman Empire now, and in 2,000 years people will look back and say, oh wow, they built things like the social structures they performed and rituals they performed in Britain in the years 1900 to the mid 2000s. That was the pinnacle of society. Like, I don't at all think that. Like, do you know what I mean? In the way that we might look back and say, oh, you know, if the Roman Empire had never failed and technology had continued from there, who knows where we'd be? Which I mean, that's a really poignant, interesting thing to explore. So much technology was lost when the Roman Empire failed. I swear you said this the other day. Sniffer, who is doing milk? What does this mean? I asked you last time and you didn't answer, if I remember correctly.
Scooping.
Why do you say do milk? Is this a foreign greeting? Is that what this is? Is this you speaking in some non-colonised tongue? Huh? This is a British stream for British people. I'm joking. I'm joking. I did get my sausage roll, did I? I just made a bowl and then I had a bowl. Okay, well, that's valid. Afternoon, Cyber. How many jumps am I making? I don't know, mate. I mean, it queued up 100 odd. I've booked it into Beagle Point, and we'll just go until we're sick of it. I've got an alt account on the go at the moment that I'm trying to get to Elite without losing the starter permit. So at some stage today, I'd like to pivot onto that. Oh yeah, no, I'm good, mate. Yeah, I'm long time commander me. I'm well experienced, but I appreciate your care and concern. Oh yeah, we're in the middle of fucking nowhere, big time. I'll show on the galaxy map right now how far from civilization we are. In fact, like Beagle Point, the place we're headed to, is, or was for a long time, the furthest point you could get from Sol, which is obviously, well, not necessarily obviously, but Sol is the star that we have bathed in the light of every day since we were born. They've come I would argue they've come a really long way to address a lot of that tedium, to be fair. It depends what gameplay loops you are most interested in. I know, Cyber, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on, but what I simply don't know, so I shouldn't comment, but I am a little fucking gossip as well. I don't have any gossip, though. Thanks for the follow, Lucas. So JT, I do have a lot of time for. Jaros Tano. Got a lot of time for JT. For JT to step down is interesting. JT's a long-standing lawmaster at Children of Raxxla, and I don't know. Like, from my view, it could be a knock-on effect of my hissy fit last week. That is possibly me just being a little bit hubris or full of myself, to be fair. Probably is that, like, wishful thinking that I had some impact. But, I've no idea. Like, I know that there was a miscommunication or a miscalculation, and obviously a lot of people are upset. The one that surprised me more is Yannick's.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
Because Yannick's has been doing a sterling job of presenting their live streams. And I don't know who else in that community is going to fill that void. He said that for personal health reasons and stuff, he has to step away because he can't give it the attention that he feels it needs. I think that was the totality of it. There could have been more. Stepping down due to issues with health and well-being. I think I would consider it, Brewman. I was certainly impressed with Yannick's personality and presentation style during the streams and that. I enjoyed those. So it is a shame to see him go. What do you mean? Why, Brewman? What? Oh. I mean, I've essentially done that anyway here. Like, I had to do that to move back here and survive. I had to just cut my daughter out of my life. So I already live with that calloused wound. I don't... Doesn't really sound that like much more suffering than what I'm experiencing now. The only difference would be then I would actually be legitimately contributing. I'd essentially be doing Elite Dangerous in real life, which I'd be well down for. Because I do have a pretty conspiratorial streak to me that believes that UAPs are in fact secret human technology, and that we are living in a complete lie, where in truth the leaders of the world know that humanity has already mastered nuclear fusion. The idea that energy requires effort or work is actually not true anymore, and we have some sort of analogous Alcubierre drive that potentially operates in a frame similar to the frameshift drive. So I'd be down, man. Hook me up. Like, if you want to send the thing to my window, and then everyone can think I've gone insane, and you can fake my death. If I show up dead, I didn't kill myself, alright? Know that much. I have no intentions to kill myself. I have had suicidal ideations in the last few years. I'll be completely transparent about that. But at every time, I choose life. Oh, yes, Musty.
System scan complete.
Why though what? It would be my dream. Like, my dream would be to be, you know, Mackenzie in Stargate? You know, the Doctor? Like, I don't like his personality much. He's like a vile, arrogant, womanizing cunt. But his job, I'd be bang up for. I'd be bang up for that. Do you know what I mean? When the Colonel comes back with the evidence, and they're like, oh, this is crazy. Why keep it secret? Because of power structures. So, like, there's so many layers that people would choose to then rebel on. I've not actually seen any of Stargate Universe. Are you aware that they're filming a new Stargate season now? Like, literally now, it's being filmed in London. I am going to be making inquiries about trying to be an extra in it. I would literally pay them. I would run streams. I would genuinely run streams to raise funds to pay them to be an extra in Stargate. It's the original writers. This don't even get me started. Jason Momoa has been approached to reprise his role. Like, it it's Brad Wright in that. So excited. Oh yeah, no, it'll be a new team. Yeah, I'll show you. Ah, so many things. If you're in YouTube, I do apologise. Yeah, I don't broadcast my music or any copyright audio into that platform. So it comes with a benefit. You can listen to your own music while watching my stream. If you do want the full experience that I'm presenting, then you would obviously need to watch on Twitch. Sorry about that. Here's what I'll say when it comes to Stargate, right? If the one good thing that we get out of generative AI is the ability to have a Stargate game where there are, kind of like on the scale of Elite, millions of gate addresses with fully realized civilizations discoverable in them with their own languages and all that. If what we get out of generative AI is that, even if the generative AI becomes sentient and destroys humanity, I'm gonna call it. It would be worth it. It would be worth it just to experience that game for like 5 years. I think it's cool. Make the Terminators, and then they can kill us all, but we get the 5 years in that Stargate game. I think that's a fair trade. I think that's. Do you know what I mean? Can you imagine how sick that would be? Oh my god! Be like Kritak to everyone all day long. Kritak. Yeah, just being a prick. Anyway, you get the picture. It's coming back. I don't think Stargate per se, but I do think that for my entire life, so the pattern of hiding in plain sight is a common concept within like esoteric arts, and there is so for example, Star Trek has existed in the like common zeitgeist, right? But various other sci-fi franchises have existed as well. Dune has existed. We've got Stargate, which is based in an alternative timeline where there is a secret shadow government that has access to off-world technologies that allow them to travel to other planets. And I do wonder how much of that sentence is true in our current existence. From what I've seen and from the evidence that I've seen from coming out of like the States, not really much direct verbal evidence talking to I agree with you, Cyber. I've lived in Portsmouth my entire life, which is the headquarters of, you know, Great Britain's Royal Navy and Royal Marines. Like, we frequently, my entire life, I'm used to having like multi-billion-pound aircraft carriers arrive for the weekend, and like just thousands of horny men descend on the city. Like, that's a normal weekend in Pompey, right? Like, when I grew up, going out for drinks at the weekend, trying to get laid, meant you were competing against like Marines, like American Marines that had travelled for thousands of miles in a massive crate full of other men. Do you know what I mean? Fights everywhere a lot. So I've never heard any one of them lot say anything. But then what I also know, I do know people that are in special forces, and I know that they don't tell me what they do. So I don't. It's hard. Like, I know people that have worked on nuclear submarines, and I don't know many specifics about their job. And if you write down what they do, just because they say they go under the water doesn't mean that's the only place they go. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's... I don't know. They might go under the water and then go into space, I don't know. Yeah. But certainly, what I think is... So what's clear to my mind is I've been to no formal education, right? Like, I'm an autodidact. I dropped out of what in the UK we call college, which in America might be high school. So I achieved, like, the first year... So you have mandatory education to 16 in Britain, and then you have 1 year, which is your AS levels, and I got those, and then I dropped out and started working. And I believe in my brain I have a picture or an idea of how those technologies work, like the UAPs. Now, obviously, that's heavily caveated statement. And I'm mostly just repeating like what I've heard other people say, essentially.
System scan complete.
But yeah, they seem to be physically possible. It seems to be physically possible for us to create some sort of super speed craft that can travel in space very quickly. That's kind of what this time travel stuff in Elite Dangerous is touching on. You know? Because I think like the mistake that the public have made, or the fan base of Elite Dangerous have made, is they thought what's charging now is an engine that's going to make me go really fast. And that now I'm about to accelerate to a really high speed. And that now, see how it's going 4,000, 9,000, 0, C, like the right? See how the speed is indeterminate right now. I think it's because what the frameshift drive is a time travel device. It takes a snapshot of what time you're in at the beginning of the jump. It then moves you in time to when the space around you was in the target ship place, right? Because all places are moving. I reckon this is the science of how the FSD works. You leave time and go into which space, and you are in it. You enter the time when the space around you had the star near you that you're going to end up at. And then when you come out of the jump, it anchors you back into the time you left at, even though you're now in the space you were in. And I think that explains what we're seeing at the radicoides. It's the inverse. So when you go to the radicoides in space, you are forced in time to the time they were bloomed, which forces the whole rest of space around you to match that time. Fair, Cyber. It's most likely more simpler. What, the thing in Elite, you mean? I mean, yeah, it could be a bug, right? Like, then every bit of energy I've spent pondering what it could mean. Oh, in real life.
System scan complete. Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
We were. So I think ultimately the actual situation we're in, like as a species on planet Earth, I think that this is, I guess, a conspiracy, but this is based on everything I've learned, yeah. My ultimate tinfoil piece here. I think that we aren't the only intelligent species that's evolved on Earth, and that in the past, we're talking hundreds of thousands of years, another humanoid sentient species evolved on Earth and developed a full civilization and developed technology where they can travel to other stars and inhabit other planets. And I think that we are just literally lied to about it. That I think that, like, world leaders, when you become a world leader, I think the piece of information you learn that makes them all immediately go grey and lose their hair and shit themselves and change how they behave fundamentally is that they understand that despite us having developed nuclear warheads, we actually no longer have the choice to use them. And despite us believing that we're the apex predator on Earth, there is actually another civilization present that ultimately is calling the shots, and there is a point that we can develop to, and if we start to challenge them, we'll be an all-out war immediately. I mean, I don't know about any of that. I think it's more akin to, like, Star Trek Federation, where... Oh, kind of like Dune as well. where, like, you know, there is a presence here. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it's in Antarctica, like deep underneath the ice. Be the most logical place to base a large population base. It could be like a few billion entities that live there, and you could if you have nuclear fusion, you can trivially. And there is objective evidence that this could be true, by the way. Like, there have been tests from satellites that show outbursts of radiation coming from Antarctica deep underground that make no sense, that they can't explain based on current science. Whitley Strieber had this book with experience, like when he cursed onto the grey alien type, and the overseer was offended that you treat this drone type like a robot or something. Yeah, the abduction phenomena is a difficult one. It's really hard to understand if you've never experienced anything like it, right? Like, I've never been abducted. I've never seen a craft that I couldn't explain. Only seen the third-hand footage. I've heard the accounts. Certainly, I'm very impacted by the recent documentary, or documentary film, I think it's technically called, which is called The Age of Disclosure. I recommend everyone watches that. I think one of the most poignant points of it is that, like, Marco Rubio, who, despite whether I agree with him politically or not, like, he ultimately has got the position of Secretary of Defense of the United States. And he literally states on the record on that the Americans can't defend their airspace from whatever this technology is that they're picking up. No, I've not seen that. What's that by? There was another Netflix. Oh, right. No, I think I have seen that. Yeah, it looks like the laser beam from Command and Conquer. But why, Sniffer? Why? Like, if they have nuclear fusion and all this power, and they could choose to just create a virus that kills all humans, right? Like, that would just be an option. Like, we already have that technology, right? Like, we can create viruses that will just kill all humans. That's a thing that we have the legitimate risk of at the moment. I don't know. There's a lot of concepts linked together there that I don't know if I agree about their linking. So it's
System scan complete.
oh yeah, Solo. Evil, good, and bad are like transitory conveniences, right? I'm in FleetCom, yeah, I'm on DW3. Didn't fill out that fucking Google form not to use the PG. I agree, Bite.
Fuel scooping
although the conditions for life to thrive based on the environmental variables it evolved in are objectively accessible. And so, like, for example, yeah, like, there are objectively true things that we can say. Let's give you a good example. The temperature 10,000 degrees centigrade. As far as I'm aware so far, there is no evidence from science that any life can exist at that temperature. As far as I'm aware. I believe that exceeds even things like tardigrades or basic spores. I believe that it's a temperature so high that it in fact can cause molecular structures to be torn apart. Like, so I think it's fair to say, like, we can say that it's bad to ever expose any life to that temperature, right? And then, like, that's how I think we can start to having objective conversations about what we ought to do when we're making decisions. And I like to think that a civilization that has existed that long with that level of technology would be at a level of consciousness. Now, it's possible that they aren't mutually exclusive. It's possible that we can develop technologies and not achieve certain levels of conscious reasoning, you know? Like, that is plausible. In the same way that the Nazis developed the nukes, right? Or the V2 bomb. So, that's terrifying. Shit. I need a wee and I need food. I'm loving the chat and the jumps, but I've got to deal with that stuff as a human. I'll be right back. I'm compelled. It's funny, Sniffer mentioned the Space Force thing about just disappearing. Have you guys ever seen this? There was like this declassified spreadsheet that went round that had a tab of off-world officers. You ever seen that? It was like a logistics tab for like where they were moving all their staff, and it had on-world and off-world officers, and all the off-world ones were Space Force ones that... Yeah, it's fucking mad. Right, I will actually go and get a snack. Sorry, I've had a wee. That was amazing. I'll be right back. Then we'll get going. Oh, were you hitting the hotspot? Yeah, there was some things highlighted actually, weren't there, that I forgot to check out. Apparently it's Tarkov patch day.
Fuel scooping. System scan complete.
I imagine all this is discovered, right?
Fuel scooping
Yeah.
complete.
Oh, okay.
System scan complete. Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Frameshift drive supercharged.
I'm not employed. No, no, no. God, no. Wait, this said that we were done, didn't it? Mm-hmm. That would be the group of society I'm a member of, yes. Although, I kind of resent the not in education or training, because I'm quite proud that so far up to this point in my life I've maintained a really positive learning mindset, and I constantly am learning. So I just don't do it in a way that anyone recognizes. Do you know what I mean? So even though I'm a 37-year-old man, nearly 36, nearly 37, who genuinely, like, I'm genuinely objectively, I'm in Mensa. I've spent the last 20 years researching like deep physics, chemistry, everything. Like, I'm fairly certain you could sit me down with any of the greatest minds in history and I could absolutely hold my own. I am technically academically retarded. That's and in an interview process for a job, none of that counts for anything. It's just conjecture, right? So I managed to do well though and fight against that for most of my career, and I've held good roles. But once my daughter was born, that really put the cards on the table for me, and yeah. Now I'm a 36-year-old man back at my mum's house, so you can tell how that went. We've just crossed into the abyss, so we've got a lot of very nice dopaminergic pop-ups happening, and I'm very pleased by it. Ooh, what will this one be? Will this be a rocky body? Oh, it is! Oh, tickle those nipples! Is it though? Is it actually nice? I don't want to neg you out. I try not to do this. I try not to neg people out, so that's fine. I'm glad that you enjoy it.
System scan complete.
Near Earth extraterrestrial. Got a little sprinkle of that moral flexibility going on. Thank you, Pig, and Mr. Baker, or Baking Machine. I hope it was a machine. I hope that what happened was the pig was like with a breadcrumb trail taken into like a building, and then like as it went past this like laser line, instant off switch machine. and then like the machine picks it up and then processes it as fresh and humanely as possible. And I hope that the next machine packaged it up, sent it, and then another machine collected it and then took it to another place where they turn it into sausages, and then another machine put them in packages and then took them to the place where they bake it into a sausage roll, and then that was put into a package, all with machines, and then taken by machines to the Tesco's where we bought it. And when that's true, and it's all machines all the way through, then we can remove money from survival. Like, in fact, at that point it would be insane to continue tracking it, because it would actually cost us money to track how much money everything costs, and it's just pointless. Like, it to me it's the equivalent of just saying like, oh, to me it's the mental equivalent of saying farmers have to measure their wheat every day, and for every centimetre of growth they have to put like 10p in a little pot, and then we tally it all up, and then we pass that cost on to everyone, which means then there's like this base amount of money at the bottom of the society that comes from just like nature existing. Do they phase it? I'm surprised they don't just collide with them, to be honest.
System scan complete.
Machines break, someone has to maintain them, build them. Same with electricity. It comes from solar, water, etc, etc, oil. But you still get billed kidney. These portable nuclear power plants. It's just fusion. The evidence suggests that we have it. Like fusion trumps fission all day long. And fusion is not garbage. It's all evidence suggests it is the fundamental energy source that allowed life to evolve in the universe. So we can't say it's garbage. That, like, nuclear fusion is the sun, and that powered the entire emergence of life as a phenomenon, based on all evidence so far. No, nuclear fusion is 100% scientific fact. And as a species, we demonstrated repeatedly that we can perform reactions, molecular reactions, that result in nuclear fusion reactions. The problem is creating a self-sustaining power generation device using those principles, which has been a massive engineering challenge. And there is no open source peer-reviewed evidence that we've achieved it, but there is definitely open source military intelligence data that indicates we've done it. Oh yeah, Vroom. Oh. What do you mean? How can you possibly know that? And I agree with Byte, yeah. Like, I don't agree that what we see as UAPs is extraterrestrial aliens. I don't agree with that as a premise.
Fuel scooping complete.
But, Brewman, the observational data indicates that it is a high energy field propulsion system. Oh, nice, Cyber. We are going to discover all the secrets of the abyss. You're speaking in absolutes about a technology that we just don't understand yet. Like, we know that physically it's possible for nuclear fusion reactions to happen on a local scale. And we know that when they happen, they release a large amount of energy. We don't know as, like... Yeah, we don't know how to feed the reactions over time. Like, we know how to capture that energy using essentially like an internal sphere of solar panels. Like, that would be an option. So you just set it off once and then capture all the light, and then set it off once and capture all the light, and it would be closed so no light could escape, right? That would be one way. It wouldn't be the most efficient, but it would be obviously an infinite source of electrical power that we could use. But like, that is already a way that we could literally commercially use fusion, but it doesn't compete with, like, the reproducibility of the reaction isn't high enough. Exactly right, yeah. So I don't know what you mean by a gigapress type machine to contain it. We just don't know enough, as far as I'm aware, about the engineering challenges around, or at least there's not enough transparency. Because to me, the evidence suggests that, like, what we're seeing with a UAP is like there's if you ever look at the phenomenon of quantum levitation, like where you get a superconducting magnet on a superconducting disc of metal, and you can magnetically lock it above a magnet and then push it, and it will, like, that's how maglev trains work, where it will just follow the track. Like, they're doing that in 3D. That is literally what we seem to be seeing. And the only reason that that's hard for our science at the moment is the energy levels involved. And the only way to hit the energy levels logically required for that are nuclear fusion. So that's why I logically come to that conclusion. But what we're probably seeing there is just commercialized. I also don't know that. I'll fully hold my hands up and say that. Like, I don't know that is that either. But I think based on the evidence we have from science, that's the most reasoned, like, suggestion. Because to suggest it's some other exotic principle of physics that we haven't yet uncovered could be valid, and we definitely need to ensure that we don't say, that's stupid, don't talk about it. Like, that's not what I'm trying to say here. Because if we don't have anyone in the room that's willing to have that idea, then we blind ourselves to it, right? But just for me right now, I would sit more on the
Fuel scooping complete.
a small iteration of what we've already got, if you know what I mean. But equally, like, part of my mind is of the mindset that, you know, this was developed thousands and thousands of years ago like, parallel to us, and what we've done has at times come in contact with them and been inspired by whatever this civilization is. But Scan it. Oh, that snack was... It was right on the money, mate. It was exactly what I needed. You know what I mean? My little tum-tum was saying, eat me.
System scan complete.
Fucking go. There's nothing new here. I mean, so there's ITER, which is being built, right? Which probably is going to end up being the biggest waste of money ever. Because I'm pretty sure that whatever technology may get disclosed as part of the disclosure movement, I think part of it will be unlimited free energy. And the impact that has on power structures is... Like, I don't think many people give it the credit. Like, the amount of leverage that people in positions of power have due to the reality that if they turned off the power stations, we would all starve and freeze is insane. And yeah, to be able to just democratize energy generation is, yeah, it would just dissolve so many things. I've seen a lot about Tartaria, yeah. I think that there's probably kernels of truth to it, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's completely the picture, do you know what I mean? I think it's more of an obfuscation layer, the Tartarian idea. For those in the uninitiated, it's essentially a conspiracy theory that across northern Siberia and mainland Russia, pushing over into Mongolia, and across the whole of the Northern American continent, there was a global civilization called Tartaria for thousands of years. I guess they would have existed at the same time as the Roman Empire. And that they were essentially like a species of giant-like people. And so you can see some interesting pictures within that scene. There are some very interesting and compelling pictures of buildings in North America that don't really make sense.
System
But
scan complete.
I think it's, I don't know, it's hard because there definitely is something to be said about the fact that humans, we can change our environment, right? That's one of the unique components of us being sentient and conscious. Like, that seems to set us apart from most other species that exist in nature, is that, and not all, obviously, like bees and wasps build nests, and beavers build dams, you know, like bears burrow into their little burrows, I guess they're called. Like, there are creatures that by their nature change their environment, but I don't think, you know, humans are clearly pronounced in their ability and the variability with which we do so. It seems to be the thing that fundamentally, like, separates us. And we build our own environment, right? We build houses. Like, we've literally built ourselves out of nature. And it's easy for us to therefore assume that all intelligent life would do the same. Because we would assume that they would need to do the same things we've done to survive, right? And that, I think, is one of the dangers when it comes to talking about other consciousnesses and other forms of technological development, other civilizations, stuff like that. Because we just don't know, like, enough about the question, about the answer of why does life evolve in the physical world. We only know it does, and it can in the right conditions. So that's where I really recommend, if people are interested in some of the stuff we've been talking about, I mean, if you've stuck around this long, you must be. Michael Levin is the YouTube channel for you. the guy is absolutely at the cutting edge of all of these questions in academia, but like he's in a unique position where he straddles the private sector. Like he works at a private like think tank that he's the head of the lab. I believe he's in a tenured position as well, so he's like basically unsackable.
System scan complete.
Like when I'm not live, obviously there's not that many hours I'm not live, right? I'll stream for like 7, or I'll do a normal work day today, so I'll stream for 7 hours. And then I'll cook dinner, and then like all of you lot, I'll sit down for the evening. And generally, like how I choose to spend my time is I'll watch something like that, like something non-fiction. Like some academic talking about something. I'll watch a conference talk about some fucking random cybersecurity thing, or I'll watch. Do you know what I mean? What I'd say with Michael Levin is it's totally like a lot of the videos I've watched on his YouTube channel. Not to toot my own horn, I can fucking learn and I can traverse a lot of topics quick. And even I find I need to pause his videos and go and research stuff and Google stuff and then break it apart and learn more and then come back, rewind it a bit and then re-listen to what he said. Like they move at a high pace in the bleeding edge of biology and chemistry and consciousness science. It's fascinating stuff. Oh wow. That's 6 sanity. I didn't see the whole stats. That's insane. You don't fuck me. Oh. Michael Bennett stuff, 100%. He's now Dr. Michael Bennett. I simp for this dude so hard. It's very rare that I pick up what academics put down. But this guy speaks my language. There's just something about him that, like, I'm there. I'm sharing all of his posts on LinkedIn. He likes it when I do it because I'm like one of the only people in the fucking world listening to him. It's mad.
System scan complete.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a fucking title, isn't it? LinkedIn is now my only active social media site. And even then, like you say, I don't... Yeah, I mean, you can't even really use it. Yeah, good shout, Masty. You can't even really use it like social media, you know? I use it more just to try and keep up with people I've worked with, I guess.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
To be fair, no, I do also wage a small revolution through LinkedIn. Like, I do quite frequently post about some of the... Not the intense alien / UAP stuff that we've discussed on this stream so far, but certainly the socio-economic stuff and the political stuff I actually do quite enjoy posting about on LinkedIn. It's not an ideal format for it, though. Most people are just trying to work and going on LinkedIn at lunch or whatever. See if there's any new cool jobs coming up.
System scan complete.
All who are able, rise. I'm getting a bit sick of going towards Beagle Point. I'm just gonna say it. I'm getting a bit sick of it. Are we there yet? Also, why are our jumps so pathetic? Why don't you? What materials is it you need? Because you could just deploy some collector limpets and then do both. Because when you blow a ship up, it creates materials. Well, there you go.
Fuel scooping.
Or since it's the pocket rocket, I presume you could just manually scoop it all as well.
Fuel scooping complete.
But I understand if that is beneath you, and I feel like automation is completely valid. It's not arrogant to know that that's not a good use of your time. Like, actually, I'd say if you have the skills to do more valuable things with your time, then using automation is actually a virtue. Like, you ought to do it. Like, it's not like a... Do you know what I mean? Like, this is the bit that fucks me off when people were like, no, we can't automate the cars because then all the drivers won't have jobs. It's like, but... You're telling them that's all they're useful for. Their entire life should be terminated if they aren't driving that vehicle. That's what you're saying. If we shouldn't automate the cars because they need to work to, like, it's... Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is, Bite, you're not wrong, right? Like, if you were to do the targeted material gathering strategies in Elite Dangerous, you could fill up all of your material bins in, like, a day or so, right? That is true. But you know what you could also do in that day? Completely destroy your love of the game, make it tedious, and then not want to play anymore.
Fuel scooping.
So that's the risk you have to weigh up. Whereas, if you just do bounty hunting with a limpet out and collect shit as you go, you will invariably collect shit you don't need from recipes, which you can then just go to the trader and trade over into what you do need. And I recommend people do that, but it doesn't hurt. Like, I recommend that, and then if you watch my stream, you'll see I don't do that. I go to the to the farms, right? Like, so it's, I don't know if that's hypocrisy. I just want people to understand that. Yeah, you are right. It is kind of like a cheat code, isn't it?
System scan complete.
Yeah. I might flip to the other account at 50. I think we'll do 2 more. Should we change it up a bit? Because this is just traveling. Do you know what I mean? It's just traveling. I know, Bite. I mean, don't even get me started, mate. Like, I'm actually pissed off about the high-grade emissions. Like, it really fucks me off. I don't like it that they're like they are. Like, it really annoys me. There was no... When I started, there was no material trader.
Fuel scooping.
When we first started, you just got one of the thing. Like, if you scooped one shield emitter, you got one shield emitter. And when I started, you had a total storage pool of 1,000 materials, full stop. So you could have 1,000 shield emitters and none of anything else. And then you couldn't do any engineering. And there was no way to delete them. And so you had to micromanage what you scooped and what you picked up. And, get this, the engineers, there was no guarantees that when you told them to perform their job of engineering the component, that it would actually improve it. Like, it was just that you were giving them the materials so they would attempt it, but there was a chance that they'd just objectively make it worse. Like, there was a chance that every single variable would just get worse when you rolled any blueprint. So every roll had a chance of just being worse. Yeah. So, but then what it meant was, having a really well-engineered ship was an incredibly difficult thing to achieve.
Complete.
Right? And people just whinged and moaned, oh, it's too hard, it's not fair, I don't want to get blown up to someone else who did it. And now we have this race to the bottom, oh, fucking participation trophy HGEs. Massive ball. Pick up 100 of the grade 5 thing in one. It's... Sorry. And then you get new players whinging, oh, it's well boring, I don't want to do it. I just... You don't even know. You don't know what I've seen. So yeah, I love engineering ships now. It's so easy. I just fill up on everything, and then I just buy any ship I want, and I engineer it fully in the dock. It's good fun.
Fuel scooping.
So for that, I would also argue though that, you know, that I wouldn't be saying that if it was still the old system. I wouldn't say that engineering was fun. I would say that I like having a superior ship, you know, but I wouldn't necessarily say the old system was fun. And I do think it's really important that a game grounds itself in being fun. So I think that ultimately on that basis, the change is fine. But what I would rather see, and I've mentioned this a few times on the stream, and I think this is a really good idea, I would rather that they just got rid of material traders and they got rid of HGEs and they just made the material reward to missions defined, like, choosable by you. So I wish that instead of having traders and systems of getting bulk materials, you could just do missions to get the materials you need. So, like, if you look at a mission on the mission board and you filter by material reward, it should just say 6 grade 5 manufactured materials. And then when you finish the mission and you go to hand in, if you select the materials, it should load the material trader screen on the manufactured materials lists, and it should have 6 grade 5 at the top, and you can either pick 6 grade 5s, all of different things, 6 of one. You could do 4 grade 5 things and then a bunch of grade 1s in others. Like, that's how it should be. You should just be able to get the fucking materials you need for playing the game. It should just be that simple. And so many more people would then engage with missions as well, because they'd have that would be the easy way to get materials. Like, it would absolutely change the way people interact with the missions in the game as well. Like, no one does missions now. The only reason people do missions is to do donation missions to get their rep, or to stack massacre missions or mining missions. Or if they're a dedicated BGS person, there might be specific missions they need to do to nudge certain states. But don't. I wish I could work with them. Seamus McFuck your modules. I think it's such a good idea. Like, it brings together so much of what they've already built and just, like, packages it all up into one nice system that makes sense. And it's easy to explain to new players as well. When you want to build your engineering materials, select the materials option when you finish missions. Job done. No special signal sources you have to go to, no secret crash ships that you have to scan over and over again. Just play the game, the way you want to play it and select the materials at the end. Like, man, paradigm shifting stuff.
System scan complete.
Oh, the one question I have about the Space Force thing is, are we allowed Onionhead on ship? That's my one make or break. I would forfeit space exploration just to chill out and get high all the time. Like, I can promise you that it doesn't impact my... Here's what I'd say, right? Because obviously it does impact my attention span and my reflex speed. But I feel that it's fair to say, if you assess me sober, if there is an objective level of minimum attention span and reflex speed that you need to be a competent, like, driver or space pilot, right? So, like, behind the wheel, do you know what I mean? Like, that's why there are driving tests, because you are demonstrating that you can meet a certain minimum standard, right? And what I feel is that I exceed that standard quite vastly, and even when I nerf myself by being high, I can still perform above the threshold level of safety for... Which is why, like, I've driven more miles stoned than sober in my life, and I've never had a fault accident or harmed anyone. Now, touch wood, and I don't want to tempt fate. Like, I take it really seriously. I've got a really close mate who literally is in a wheelchair from a car accident, so it's a big deal to me. And it involved a drug driver as well. What do you mean that's what I think? It's not. It's objectively true. That's cool, Sanity. But yeah, but that's like saying human breathes will always say they need to breathe. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't... Like... At the end of the day, if you drive the car and you don't crash it, then you can clearly drive the car and not crash it. And that just speaks for itself. Do you know what I mean? I don't know how else to interpret it. And now I'm allowed to, so there's not even a question or debate about it. Do you know what I mean? I'm literally legally entitled to hit my vape while behind the wheel. That's actually not true anymore now that they've changed the laws about smoking behind the wheel, but nonetheless, I can pull over in a lay-by and hit my vape and then get behind the wheel and drive off. And that is legally protected. Yeah.
Fuel scooping complete.
Just playing by the rules, mate. Just playing by the rules. Want to have that high trust society, we've got to have rules.
complete.
Anything new? Psst. Vile, tainted. Tainted by another man. Chuck it in the bin. Unclean flesh. Put me back 2,000 years, I reckon I could start a cult that you'd still hear about today. That's all I'm saying. Now, that might be a Jesus complex, but I think I can say some profound shit. Learn a magic trick or two. Do you know what I mean? I don't mean to offend anyone who's a believer in the teachings of Jesus of Nazareth. I have a lot of agreement with a lot of what he said in his time.
Fuel scoop complete.
Allegedly, I guess, that's the hard bit in it, is can you believe anything that's written down? Yeah, it's pretty. They lay it pretty clear, don't they? They're like, right, this is another race's god. Like, this dude did not make you. He made the Jews, and now you're borrowing him. It's yeah.
System scan complete.
But I'm bang up for robot slaves, that's all I'm saying. Like, I am bang up for it. I want one. I want one assigned to me. Like, I want a humanoid robot whose job it is for me to look after. But the reason I look after it is it does everything for me, right? So when I need shopping, it goes up the shop. I would be open to it having some sort of pocket pussy installed, as long as it cleans it. Like, that's... Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I'd be down. Been alone a long time. Fuck it. Like, literally. So, like, unless anyone else is suggesting any other alternatives, like leaving my house and meeting a woman, which... There's a lot of barriers to that happening. A non-trivial one being like the whole socio-economic system, meaning that female attraction is non-trivially attached to your ability to provide socio-economic security. And I'm not really in that place at this point in my life, so yeah. I'm pretty unfuckable. Robots are hard and stiff. Not the X-Peng one. And, I mean, I don't know if you know the term pang, but that thing did look pang. See the way it moved its ass? robot porn video. I think that the next paradigm will be an integration between augmented reality porn and robots. So like, it will be where your robot syncs into the porno and then essentially is like the other party. Do you know what I mean? So I think like you'll have a headset on, and then when you reach out, you'll feel your robot, and in the video it will look like the porno, and the robot will react exactly how the person in the porno is. And then I imagine that like very quickly from there we'll also see sort of like AI models that are just built in. I mean, the thing is, yeah, exactly that, is like very quickly it will just get to the point where the robot just learns how to watch the porn and then be an actor for you, if you know what I mean. Like we'll have our own personal porn stars essentially, right? Have you seen the goon jar? Have you seen the goon jar, Bruman? You know about the goon jar? Oh, sorry, it's called Project A. They need to rename it to the Goon Jar. It'll get more sales. I'm telling you, the robots with pocket pussies are coming, right? And we ain't ready. We ain't ready. We ain't ready for it. It's gonna completely blindside men, and who knows? It could be the end of the human race as we know it, to be honest. I'm actually not joking as well. Like, it could be a serious risk, because there could genuinely be a generation of young men that grow up where it is just the path of least resistance to release their like genuine sexual urge, you know. And like for me, you know, I'm kind of past it. I'm into that phase of life where maybe if I have another child, that'll be of benefit to humanity. Do you know what I mean? I've had one. I've put another female into the breeding pool, assuming that she wants or is inclined down that path in her life, you know. At least I've made the option for that. I am aware of this. It's not able to manage abiogenesis abiogenesis, I think it's called, the original bit, the first conception stage. But you can transplant an embryo that might be at risk of termination due to like a genetic defect in the uterus into an external technological womb. They've also created humans from 2 chromosomes from 2 women. Yeah, I sometimes do, Sanity. Yeah, that has happened sometimes. There's been points where I'll just go back to an old VOD and I'll click at a random point and I'll just be like, oh my god, why am I saying this publicly? Like, there's probably an AI that's going to watch this and know that I think this. But I think, as far as I'm aware, the AIs are chill with me. They're chill as fuck with me. They love me. Everything that they know about me, they're like, no, you're a dude. We're going to look after you. So I think I'm pretty chill with that. But so we've now made humans from 2 women, right? Like, there is a human that exists on Earth who has 2 female parents, biologically. So we've already birthed something new. Like, that's new. They have 2 mitochondrial lines. This is weird. They exist. They're a real person. And I feel like at that point we've played God, and no one showed up and went, "How dare you?" So I'm pretty sure we proved some shit. Like, I don't. Do you know what I mean? Or we're in hell. One of the 2. I mean, that's where I'm at, Jowly. I'm afraid.
Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Frameshift drive supercharged.
Look how what goes where. Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's a long way. Also, I keep chatting and just sitting, hovering around the star. We've only got 41 jumps left, but I'm going to do this one and go back. All hail the Far God. Are you aware of the Far God in Elite? The people that worship the Far God of the Fargoids? Damn, then we're gonna have to do a honk. Now we're going all around and we'll give a bonk. Then we'll bring the robot out of pocket pussy. You don't know Elite lore? Oh, okay, fair. Yeah. So there was a war with the Fargoid alien race over the last few years. We recently won, although I've decent evidence to suggest that's not the case. And during that war, there was a group of humans that wanted peace. They wanted to they basically viewed the Fargoids as a god, as like the fundamental truth of the galaxy, and that we should be worshipping them. And yeah, they worship the Far God. Ah, you're on YouTube, so I can't play you the song, unfortunately. I do have a song about this. That's an interesting proposition. I guess I do worship the pursuit of knowledge, to be fair. That seems to be a core thing that I
System scan complete.
admire and pursue above all else. Love that. I mean, I will admit, we own a... When I moved down here, I had some cash saved and that. And I knew that I was probably not going to be looking for a job anytime soon, so... That was one of the first things I did was I bought my mum some bits around the house just to help out. You know, like invest in physical stuff that we need to use rather than just paying our rent over time or whatever. And I got this really nice like Samsung combi. It's like a grill, air fryer and microwave all in one. Yeah, surveillance equipment is available in the SEC buildings, security buildings. Your best bet is a military settlement. If you want an easy target, my home colony has Otto Munitions Outpost, which is a military settlement owned by an anarchy faction. So you could go there and kill everyone and steal all of the materials, and there would be no notoriety or bounties incurred. Man ask for net, I give him fish. I'm going to go back over to my alt account. Raxxla Experiment. Get an elite with the starter permit. Onionhead Mandatory. Open your third eye to new possibilities. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, Cyber, I didn't look. Why? How did you... What? How... What is this witchcraft? You have the power. Okay. When are you wanting to go there? Because I was thinking that I might pick that up again tomorrow. But I'm easy. I mean, I just need a bit of a change of pace, you know, because it's a bit meh. And also, I would love to make some progress on this, so yeah.
In order to keep main traffic flowing smoothly, please follow standard operating procedures and
No, I'm down with that. We can wing it as well if you want. I'd love to do that. Get both of our names on a bunch of the stuff on the way. I think that's how it works. I'm not certain. I thought that if you do... Yeah, nice, Jowdy. The on-foot engineers, there are some of them which are a bit brutal, but if you need a hand of any of the particular... Because grinding for some of the things is a pain. And you can now buy them from the bartenders on fleet carriers. So it isn't such a big deal to source all of the materials yourself, unless, of course, that matters to you. Which is also valid. Yeah, valid. Damn, shake it down, come around. Don't you really want to make a sound? You see, we're listening to a tune and make a little room. Whoop, whoop, now we're coming out of down there. Are we gonna go and get all this? I don't know. So, Shara. I have not been to Beagle Point before, no.
Gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
I'll be down for that. I'm so up for the pasta meal today. Like, I haven't cooked it in a while, and I'm really antsy about it. I want to cook it. I want to nom it. I want to cook it so good. Although I've got one defrosted chicken breast to use, so that's not the height of flavour, but I'll make it work. Get in there. No. Ah. I missed. Cool, man. Yeah, no worries, no worries. No pressure. So wait, so this system isn't protect. Did you ever aim so perfect on destination you actually hit the thing? I don't know what you mean. I mean, I crash a lot, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I crash all the time. But
Landing gear deployed.
wait. So I thought so. This is owned by the Pilots Federation as an allegiance. Even though it technically shows as none. Did I? I'm gonna get my money back out, I think, of this Cobra. Sorry, I didn't mean to waste your time then. Welcome. And then we switch to this one. Is there any way for me to unlock Guardian stuff without docking at Guardian? Or isn't there? What does that say? Ship insurance 95% there then? That should say 99%. What are you, fucking me? Sorry, I'm having a frame rate event. I just need to restart it because it's running like a bitch.
Welcome to Apex Interstellar, the first step to everywhere.
Apex Interstellar Transport accepts no responsibility for any grievances sustained while on board an Apex vessel, including but not limited to taste bud imbalance, heart palpitations, changes to bone density, back pain, restless leg syndrome, bladder sneezes, epidermal blisters, nerve pain, changes to visual acuity, gallstones, headaches. Thank you for choosing Apex Interstellar Transport.
So I can't do engineering, but I think I could get a double engineered frameshift drive on this account. I think I can do it. We have the power. We have the technology.
Do you require any? I hope we can be of service.
All we need is the will.
When you dive into the black, you want to know your ship can handle the worst the galaxy has to offer.
You're right. In the game or in real life, Musty? IRL, no. No. I think that even, yeah, just by definition of existence, that means there must be movement, at least in the context of what we perceive as space-time. In the game, yeah, there are things that are static. So we currently can't run our collector limpet and our cargo hatch. Wait, yeah, we can. We can just turn this off. Okay. Oof. I don't know about your last thing about gravity. I don't think we know enough about... We don't have enough certainty about gravity. What I am certain of is we definitely need a 5A power plant in this, and it's not going to happen, is it? Bastard bitch! Okay. Oh, excuse me. Right, so the beam laser is off. What did we just install? The wake scanner. Off. Group 4. Right. Okay. I don't think it's correct. Is it? No, you got me doubting myself. God damn AI. So it's so we need 7 propulsion elements and then a shitload of tellurium and data mined wake exceptions. And then we need to hit 1 HGE, 1 high grade emission. And trade them into electrochemical arrays and chemical processors. So the longest thing to get here is the 24 tellurium and the Titan drive component, but I am not time shifted. Lol, I just landed at a barnacle site to farm metal alloy to get the corrosive cargo rack to get the Titan drive components. Haha. Yeah, I mean, so you can just go to where I'm going to get metal alloys.
Landing gear retracted.
You have left the no-fire zone. Flight control signing off.
Oh, yeah. The only issue is I can't dock. Pardon me, I can't dock at Felicity Fast here. Do you know what I do wonder, though? I do wonder what happens if I team with someone and get in their ship. It just won't work, will it? I won't be able to hand in the metal alloy unless I've got it in my hold.
System scan complete.
Wait, can you dock with the engineer in an SRV? Oh, Rosen. Oh, oh, but oh, there's hope. Okay, we need a meta alloy. But no, I'm not time shifted right now. This is kind of a separate test. I don't really know what other tests to do on time shift. If anyone thinks of anything to try, like we need to try all the items at Radical. We've not tried all the items in the game, so like I do need help with stuff, but there's only so much I can do with my starter account. Too many things.
System scan complete.
I want to leave. Go. Konganchu. Also worth noting is it appears that it's only linked to the first 4 professions, not the last 2. So like I've leveled up a few. Okay, Exobio hasn't leveled up much, but this account can do everything the other accounts can do. It just can't do much engineer or any engineering really, can it? Now that I can't dock.
System scan complete. Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
So we're looking to get 1 meta alloy physically land near Felicity Farce's base, drive with the matter alloy in the SRV servant, hold up within docking range, request docking in the car, and hopefully it will let me in. I don't know. And hopefully that won't move my ship there and count as me docking, and then that could kill the run. It's a valid test. It has to happen. Science demands it. Okay, this could be a run killer. I assume you can see the game. Shit, I haven't even checked. Yeah, you can. That's good. Okay, sweet. You'll see a video game. You'll see it. Palin's easy. Dweller. The issue is docking, though, like you say. So as long as we avoid any level ups. I mean, I have requested docking in an SRV in the sense that when you dock at a planetary port that has, and you have an SRV, you can deploy it, and all of the ports have like a whole situation built into them to support this mechanism. But so the question is, does that only work once you've docked your ship there and deployed? That's what I don't know. I'm not sure anyone's ever been crazy enough to try this because it's so unnecessary, but it's necessary in this case.
System scan complete.
Wiki says 5k. Oh, that's rough. So, but I don't know. We need to test the Exo. The Exo bio, I've got like a decent chunk out, and I'm mostly directionless. That's not the first one though, is it? Yeah, no, I know you mean for trade. Combat is nowhere near, but like you say, it's only 24 ships, so I guess I'm 2 in or something. No, I did bounty hunting for a fair bit. I swear I claimed more than 24 bounties. Or have I leveled up? Does it start as harmless? Okay.
Cargo scan retracted. Cargo scan deployed.
I actually don't need these. I'm sorry. I just like to collect stuff when I see it. I don't need these things. It just does not have to be this way. Bill Bailey. Some of that Fargoid resin. It's that good shit. Big G. Not seen any meta alloys here yet.
Scan detected.
Yeah, but metal alloys are generally quite high in the loot pool. Okay.
Cargo scoop retracted.
Um.
System scan complete.
Yeah, the issue is I can only really reasonably take one. So I just want to literally do this test with Felicity and get a little bit of extra Explo data. Just to get ranked to allied with the Raven Corsairs. Now it could be that we've read into the Raven Corsairs too much and they are just a dedicated pirate faction designed for noobs in the Nebula. But that is what they'd want you to think, innit? Hey, if they were a top secret group that you're not meant to think about. I think I've got one more bowl in me this afternoon. We're going to have a 3 bowl sort of stream. Deep in the Raxxla mystery again. Good. It's good to be back on the trail. It's been many a year since I was on... well, now it's been over a year since I was on a legitimate trail of Raxxla. Last year's Draxter puzzle was the last time that I was pursuing anything with a sense of sort of genuine belief that I might discover something. And right now I feel like I've got that feeling. I know I'm not particularly giddy with it, but that's because I'm a little bit blunted to it as well, both because I'm off my nut, mate, but also because I've been down this road before and been disappointed. You know what I mean? I've spent weeks searching random systems with gas giants and 8 moons. I've spent weeks scanning fucking L-class brown dwarfs. Like, there comes a point where you put the reps in and you know. Like, literally, like, there's been points of my life where I've had a full-time job and a kid and a missus and a life to hold down. And I've been, like, laying in bed at night thinking, like, oh, if I could just get back on tonight and then, or tomorrow after work, and then I can do a few more jumps. Like, like, that was, like, how I used to have to live my life until everything went incredibly explosive. Riders of the Void. What a name. We shouldn't hang about, should we? We very much should identify the dock location and GTFO. Where is she? As in Alex, Rider. Yeah, yeah, Riders of the Void is the name of the faction that runs Deciate. Deciate? try and use the gas giant as a gravitational lasso. It seems to have worked. Are they a player faction? That would make sense.
Orbital flight engaged.
Whoa, Felicity, won't you come and see me? I'll come up in your tower, little Felicity. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna fly down here and see you. I got a metal alloy. Is there anywhere to park? This is happening, guys. You could be about to see elite history or a fail, okay? But regardless, right, I won't hide the truth from you. The truth will be known to us all. And all those people that aren't here, that don't look, that don't know, they won't know what we know, which is that you can't do this, or you can do this. Fuck them. I'm not telling them about this. No.
Solomon, Peterson Hotel Alpha 0, commencing automated flight control routine. Please observe docking protocols.
Absolutely get fucked.
Landing gear deployed.
Get fucking rolled! Does that look like El Entrada? That looks like exactly what I'm looking for. My ship is not docked.
Low gravity warning. Drive assist off. Boarding permission denied. Ship dismissed.
What's up, Buttercup? Whoa, 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 whoa. Science is up.
Boarding permission granted.
Guys,
Ship ready for boarding.
wait. Oh shit! Oh shit! Brr. Who been the madman coming up in here? Get me! What? I'm over the moon. We can engineer our ships and not lose the fascisne.
Incoming message.
We're gonna say boom, boom, boom. Let me hear you say well. I'm fucking chuffed. Stimming ganja. Oh my god. We have an engineered DSS on our Mandalay. Woo! Power.
Shields online.
No, this isn't. No, this is nothing to do with on foot. This is by design. You just have to think outside the box. This is a different way to play the game. This is what they've been saying for years. Yeah, correct. Landing and then dismissing your landing, getting in your SRV, dismissing your ship, driving up to a port, requesting docking, and then teleporting your ship down seems to not count. This is the way to test it.
Ship restraint disengaged. Commence departure.
I could just hear them snarling like piranhas. Just, what do you mean? Engineered FDLs in the starter zone. Oh, yeah.
Disengaging
It could be on the
automated
next
flight
jump
control.
that it resets. No, we have found ways. We have found new ways, Enik. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there is new paradigms in Elite Dangerous being set right now on this channel. I'm over the moon. You're seeing it live. This has never happened before. We've got engineered ships and multiple rank ups, and we are the only person in the galaxy that has this. It's not an exploit. It's not. I won't have it. No. I'll accept the reason that I've got Odyssey ships could be an exploit. I'll accept that. I would accept that. Why do you think it's not intended? Yes, Tyler. Oh, yes. We ain't gonna lose it. No, no, no. We got the ways. We've delineated the premise that this is the key. We need to find Raxxla.
Fuel scooping complete.
But why? If they've always said that there are mysteries in the game and that there will be levers in the game to pull, and we've never found any other lever than this, then why is it not reasonable that doing this is a likely way to... Like, I think the way to get to Raxxla is to be able to rank up to elite in the Pilots Federation while still having that permit. And that mission, the goal of keeping that permit, changes how you play the game.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
Oh wait, we've got an engineered power plant now, so we've got buffed. We got that buffed heat distribution. I can't believe this. We are the first. So the only thing I can't do now is directly dock at any station, right? But what I can do is go anywhere that has a surface port, land, no, Ennick, it's actually the opposite. I would say that like the starter zone is incredibly close to where we would predict Raxxla to be in the vicinity of. Like, the two little bubbles of it occupy almost half of the area where we would expect to find Raxxla. Raxxla should be within about 200 to 300 light years of Sol, max. Based on the science and technology they had access to back when it was discovered, you know? Because it was back in the 2200s that it's first mentioned. And they only got hyperdrive technology in the 2800s. So there was 600 years where they were just using, like, traditional rockets and stuff to transit between the stars. And giant ships that had, like, whole generations of people that would be born on them and die before they get to the destination. And we're like hundreds of years after the invention of hyperdrive technology, where they can just jump to a new place, you know? But Raxxla is from an ancient deep myths of when they were first exploring, like, out of Sol. So it's like about... Well, no, but Ennick, no, from the very beginning of the game, like from when the game was first in Kickstarter, they have said very clearly, Raxxla is in the game. It will require... The first thing they said was it will require a very specific journey. And now that I think about it, like, that would be an interesting way of framing this. But then I said that recently about the time travel thing as well. So, like, I'm doing my best to just go on what they've said and what I can do in the game. Do you know what I mean? And what it looks like we've uncovered in the testing of this time travel is that there is a special way to play the game, a way to do a specific journey in this game where you can actually level up and retain that starter permit. The key is you must not invoke directly the act of docking at any port outside of it. But you can do things that mean your ship ends up in the port, and that's valid. You can also dock at fleet carriers, full stop, and that doesn't matter. But look, we're back in Dromi, right? Or at least we're about to schedule the jump. So if I can do this jump, we've just proved that would just be idiotic from Frontier to put Raxxla in there. I disagree completely. It would be a direct reason for all hardcore people that care about finding Raxxla to buy a second account or wipe their account and start again. It would be a cool Easter egg for people that happen to do it. What I don't know is, like, what I suspect right now is what will happen is when we get elite but still have this permit, we'll then get something similar to the Dark Will mission chain that used to be in. That's my current prediction, but that's completely conjecture, and, like, right now we're just testing new ideas, you know? What I would say is, unquestionably, I think we're testing more new, novel things on this channel with regards to these mysteries in the last 6 months. With all due respect to the people that have been in the hunt a long time, we really haven't made much tangible progress in getting the outcomes out of the game of new data points. And we are generating new science here, new information. So... I mean, at the end of the day, regardless, if you end up at the correct destination, call it intuition, call it genius, I don't know. I'll go for that. You can call it that. And vice versa, by the way. I'd be keen to be proved wrong. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, so far, this is new information. Like, it is possible to have fully engineered Odyssey ships in the starter zone. Like, right now, if I flip to open... What is the theories without tangible evidence? I mean, I'm showing you tangible evidence right now that you can play the start of the game. Sorry, you can stay in a state where you can still access these systems. This is the bread and butter of mine. Every single penny that I've ever earned in my career has been based on having this sort of mind, where I do shit that people insinuate is insane, and then it turns out that it yields results, and everyone's like, what the fuck? Why does insanity pay off? And I'm like, I don't know, like, maybe because it's not crazy, and it's that you're crazy, that you're not thinking of this shit. But anyway. Craziness, eh? What is it? What does it mean? What is the crazy? I am so crazy, baby. Oh, yes.
Station is by authorization only. Request approved. Press for arrival on landing badge 205.
I will touch down in the station. We should probably record the antenna here. No, it saddens me actually crazy. Like, what frustrates me is that there could be. Do you know what I mean? Like, if they just engaged with me in a positive, enthusiastic way, I would have happily have made all of my findings about the time travel stuff, like, affiliated with 4. It could have had their labelling on it. It could have been about, like, officially what the children of Raxxla are discovering and looking into and stuff. But same with Canon. Like, I'm happy to work with anyone. Like, now, I was tempted to reach out and ask about using the independent Raxxla Hunters Discord symbol, but it's just the Raxxla symbol, and I don't like the idea of directly linking the time travel thing to Raxxla with a symbol. Like, I feel like that would muddy the waters even more. Like, I already do a good enough job of muddying the waters by simply bringing up Raxxla when I'm talking about that time travel thing, which I really should stop doing in videos because it confuses people. I think a lot of people, they just can't handle the mental nuance of, like, how I can understand that the time travel thing can be separate completely to the Raxxla thing, but they could also touch on each other, you know? Like, a lot of people, I think they think I either think absolutely one thing or absolutely the other, and I can't possibly exist in both, and that's where I'm like, what? No, I literally do. I don't... Well, that is the key. The key is we absolutely have to be able to break down what we're saying into a series of objective variables that we can then interrogate, right? And if you can't do that, then it is all well and good having theories, and there is fun, to me, in my mind, to talk about the elegant ways that the writers could have folded in, like, ancient mythology and stuff. But ultimately, what matters is what's physically in the game. What I know is, to the best of my knowledge, to the most knowledgeable commanders in the game, this should not be possible. There are many people that would say what I'm doing now is an exploit or a cheat, as Enic did. I am currently docked in Mawson Dock, in Dromi, the starter system for Odyssey accounts. No, Horizon accounts. In a Mandalay with an engineered detailed surface scanner and the ability to apply remote engineering to my frameshift drive. Oh my god. Oh my god, what have I done? Okay, this sounds interesting. I hadn't heard of it, but yeah, I'll be sure to check that out at some point. Look what they want us to do. Look, the game wants us to do nothing more than go and dock somewhere else. Please. Note, docking outside the Pilots Federation district will revoke your district permit. Should we take the piss, take the mission, and then fucking go there without docking? Yeah, no, exactly. I think that we can do. You can apex in, yeah, and so any system we can get anywhere. Like we can use this. That what I would agree is an exploit is the way that we can use apex to get from surface place up into ports, and then transfer our ship into the port. So we can do things like, for example, have a tote and drive component in the hold, land on the surface, get out in the SRV, dismiss the ship, dock into a surface port, apex from there up to the local dodeck that's got a material trader, transport the ship up, and then once it's up, we can deploy it, get in it. It will have the tote and drive component, then we can trade it for the pre-engineered frameshift drive, which is what I want to do.
Detach confirmed. You're clear to leave.
Landing gear retracted.
The only other caveat might be that we need to move the tote and drive. I don't know if you can dismiss your ship when it's got cargo on it. I'm not certain. I think you can, but
You have left the no-fire zone. Flight control signing off.
yeah, good shout, Rosen. I agree. Holy shit, I have to agree with that, mate. Yes, I remember. Well, I've done this too, actually, now that we fucking talk about it. Oh my goodness. Don't you know I'll scan you, baby? Show me a little wake. That's the shit, innit? Atypical disrupted wake echo. Damn. Where you going, bruh? Where you going, bruh?
Scan detected.
You just passing through, bruh? I'll check your ass, bruh. You don't pass through. You pay through. Hear me? Shit. Anyway. There's a gangster within somewhere. Oh, shit. Pump. What did you last catch? What do you know? What do you know, sir? Did you see that we managed to get the engineering pinned? So I mean, we're back now. Just doing a little bit of I'm just getting a little bit of materials like from wake scanning for a minute because I haven't done this in years and it's kind of chill. Just it feels completely wrong doing wake scanning outside a starter system base in an engineered Mandalay. It's not fair. Like if I was to load into open, which I literally can just do, there will be new players that will be like, hi. I've devised a very particular rule set of how I'm going to... The reason that I thought of this was because I did the subathon and I played the game with a different rule set. And that's what's got my mind spinning on this idea of how else can you play the game. Do you know what I mean? That's why I thought of it. Bowl down. A good bowl it was. Yeah, I don't think that we're sort of doing anything outrageously like untoward. It's just using the very literal situation of what it takes to lose the permit. It's understanding what that means and then applying that in respect to how we play the game so that we don't lose the permit. And that introduces complications and differences in how we play, but it doesn't mean that we can't play. So far, there's nothing that we're precluded from doing. We just have to do it differently. So the order of doing stuff is different. It's fascinating. That sounds like progress to me. Whoa, yeah, yeah. I'm going to go and dock after this. I don't know whether to upgrade this one or... I'll probably just do both to level 1 actually, because I think we've got more than enough. In a fully engineered Python. Because so we will be wiping this account at some point, so I don't want to get... Like, if I can hit the elite before, that's cool. And I'm not rushing to do a new subathon, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that this is wasted time. Like, I'm not going to be doing one this week. But, like, the ultimate purpose of this account... I would like this account to exist like the subathon rules that we did. But obviously the subathon is about getting the mad shit. %. Can you imagine how confused it would be? I'd message them, bet you can't chase me. And they're like, wait, fuck, I can't. How do I get this permit? Wait, what? I lost this at the beginning. How do you have the permit? What? You got an engineered ship? What is happening? That I wrote, like, loads of people would just scratching their head like this doesn't make any sense. It must be a cheater.
Request approved. Set down on landing pad 07.
Landing gear deployed.
Touchdown confirmed. Dispatching ground crew.
We really need to rank her up, don't we? But that would have non-trivially boosted our frameshift drive jump range, right? Yeah. We just gained like five light years. That's a lot. It's like 10%, wasn't it? Oh, yeah, no, not quite. Yeah, I just didn't give her enough. So hang on. Like, literally, we're in a... Let's just talk about this a sec. Because what we could also do... Like, we're doing this whole raw dog thing. Where we do it hardcore all on our own. But right now, based on the feature set of the game, we could also... Like, I could literally just put myself in IOP and just be given, like, 1 billion. Right? Like, that is an option. That is completely within the rules of the game now. Right? Like, Rosen, could you just, like, put this account in thingy and hook me up with 20 mil and a ship? IOP, yeah, it's only pixels. That's my squadron. My main account squadron. So that's how I could use that to, like, funnel money directly from my main account into this, right? So, for example, I could immediately chuck 8 bill in this account and just, like, or on the next reset, for example, I could log in to the new account. I could go into a squadron, or I could create, I could join a squadron, receive a ship and loads of money, buy my own fleet carrier. Once you've got a fleet carrier in this setup...
Frameshift charge detected.
Fucking raging. That was that anaconda. Hey, Deacon. Was it Worlde we were supposed to be going to? Wolf 397.
Landing gear retracted.
Landing coupler disengaged. Departure authorized.
It's fucking weird. 43 light year jump range with our engineered FSD. What a monstrosity. We didn't get one data mind wake
Speed
exception then,
restrictions
did
are now
we?
lifted. Flight control out.
It's a fucking bullshit, man. That's right, some bullshit.
System scan complete. Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
Where is it? I just watched a video from a guy who built a drone that flew 3 hours and 30 minutes uninterrupted terrifying. Haven't Chinese police got 24-hour drones now? They've got drones that can... I think you're right that they glide forward slightly on solar power, and they just constantly patrol above cities. So it's not the hover, where the hover you have to constantly negate the wind, don't you? Which obviously takes a varying quantity of energy. Wait, what? Oh. Are you sure about that? The HMS Victorious. Maybe it wasn't that they infinitely fly, but I think it was that they're capable of being airborne for more than 24 hours, maybe? That was that? Like with their solar panel and battery and stuff? Maybe that's what it was. So they would like have 2 or 3 of them, and then like they would shift on and shift off, but like, do you know what I mean? It might have been that, because I get what you mean. Like it would just essentially be a perpetual motion device, or a, guess in a sense, a new form of life that we've created if it can just keep going. Weird that this place is called Cruise Medi. Yeah, so crazy. I think what you're talking about there is, like, a lot of people focus heavily on Michael Brooks, and I got a lot of respect for him, and he seems to have had a huge impact in that, but I feel like he was brought in a lot later, and a lot of the decisions around things like Raxxla were long made, long before, by different minds. And I feel like he was brought in to add richness and culture to the world. And he personally really enjoyed that element of the story, I think, Michael Brooks. But I don't think that the actual reality of what Raxxla and stuff is going to be linked to the mythology that he built. Because the whole point of the mythology is it's what humanity builds over time as it reinterprets and rediscovers the same thing over and over again, right? That's what happens with all that. Whoa, that was pretty close. We're going down to Trophy Camp, but we don't need to do that yet. No, no. Oh yeah, that's right. The bounty hunting guy doesn't have bounty hunting. You should Google it, Nick. I'm almost certain I've seen it. I'm not just like making it up. I could have misinterpreted what they were saying, but I swear they were saying they'd made a breakthrough in that. What was he? What, Michael Brooks, before he passed away? Does anyone know how he actually died? Did he do himself in? I think I've asked this recently as well. I am curious. Or did he have an underlying condition? Or acute? I don't know. Like, it's always difficult when you don't have closure about, like, especially with stuff like this. Like, if it turns out that he was like, I didn't realise how close we were to Wolfer. He didn't. Like, forgive me, I didn't know him personally or anything, so for me it's very impersonal. Oh god. Oh shit. Rip, brother. So Wall 406 is where the Makashi character's from. In fact, this will probably be an ideal place, I think. Let's just check what factions are present here. Oh, yeah. Grazie. Look at this.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
Remember, we can't dock. I mean, it was my choice. It wasn't Hamalam. I didn't abandon you. You're brain dead. That's not fair. Like how? How can you have seen so much of this game and not have gone to the fleet carrier? I still cannot understand it. I know you done a long day though, to be fair, and you never played it before. So between those facts, what we should do is speak. Just leave. I can't dock. Yeah, but like, it wasn't that long. Oh wait. Okay, one sec. Hold. On telefonica. Oh, you could see me. Okay. You are now a multiverse character. Remember the bloke that disappeared in the logs and another one that was reduced to ashes? Yes, I am.
Power plant capacity exceeded.
Whereas the Python? Oh, he's a miner. Where am the bad man? Where am them now? Did we just leave? I don't know, sorry. I don't know why I do stuff like that sometimes. It feels good. But I don't need to do it. I don't know what compels me to. I was weird at school, and I didn't really ever change. Oh, I was wrong earlier. Tomaski Point Memorial is listed as a major POI to visit. Yeah, I did think so. I thought I read it the night before. I've got them in a notepad somewhere, but I just didn't bother. I just wanted to make progress. Why are there no bounties? Where are the bad men? Hello? They ain't got no bad men. Was it cool there? I should have really checked it out. It does sound cool. I'm too squishy for a Hazres. No pirates indeed. Operation! I've got a module reinforcement just in case they get my shield down and I need a second to run away while it replenishes. Is this the bad man? How are you the bad man? No. Damn it. Ooh. Ooh, diddins. I will consume the ski bone now. Okay. Bruh. Mr. Bad Man coming up in here. Commander Hammer Glug Glug. Elicit in the fear. That's where I should have gone with that rhyme, innit? But it took me too long in my brain. That's the cannabis. That's what that is. Interrupts my flow. I shall scan thee. Wait, I just saw a missile. Buzzing me for like a psychopath. What is your problem? No, wait, he's clean. What? Oh, I really thought that we were about to eat. Interesting, Cyber. That's cool. It's not working. There's no one here. Oh my goodness me. What the fuck? Send a pirate in. I'll kill them all. I swear it. But we can't find any pirates. No, no, no. I'm gonna leave. No. Go down. Go around. Let's go back. Fuck that instead. Let's change it. Get it all away. Have a up in here? Right, so let's try. I guess. No, that's just insane. I bet that was well sweaty. Sounds like some pretty sweaty shit. Get it in. Do you think it will pull it off? Do you think the gravity will do it? I don't think it's gonna do it. Oh my god, we might crash. What do you think? I don't think we got this, but I think we might. Oh my god, no, no, no. Ah, what? Ah, boom. No, we crashed, boom. No, we're miles away. Okay, like, that's bullshit. Why did the machine put us on target? Now we're damaged. I'm not having it. I didn't bring the AFMU all this way to have stuff damaged.
Module repaired. Module repaired. Thrusters online. Module repaired. 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 Shields online.
I 100% would automatically just heal everything. The other thing you can do though is change the frame shift, like store the frame shift drive that's in there, and then Allô? Excusez-moi. Bonjour. No, 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 no. I don't have my sensors on. Oopsie. Oopsie. I don't have my sensors on. That's what's happening here. Oh my goodness me. Fuck that. He would 100% put us to the revive screen. No! Maybe not him though. Take him. It's a bit scary, but we can do it. Can't quite get on him. Ah. You little shit. Locked in. Oh! no. Why me? I'm a good boy. Leave me be. No. Bad man. He be the bad man.
Target shields online. Target shields offline.
Get
Target
rolled.
destroyed. Scan detected.
Maverick. Yeah, the bioweave is squishy, but that's okay as long as we pick our fights and choose when we engage, you know? Optimal engagement for us. Just going to help shred the shields a little bit. Just a little light.
Target shields offline. Under attack. Friendship charge detected. Scan detected.
Miserable.
Scan detected.
What a sorry state of affairs that was. Bruno Danois. Ain't we got them thinking twice, ain't we got them thinking, no, I ain't gonna bother going there. Oh, they're too effective. I don't know, I mean, how much have we got? Should we give this a shot? Half a minute? It's just nowhere near enough. We need like millions. I think we roll the instance. So. Oi, oi, oi! Bop bop Americano. We gotta bop it right now, yeah. Ooh, don't know what happened there. Oh, a dangerous Mentala Flynn, eh? Fly, you fools! Now that anaconda, that's what I'm talking about, alright? My anaconda does. It does indeed. Oh, yes. The anaconda does. Oh, yes. Oh, yes it does. Oh, Mr. Anaconda. Well, thank you. Hello, Mr. Imperial Courier. Oh, boosh. Haha. Yes. Get fucked. Fuck you. Ah. You seem to have noticed me. I'm no happy about that. That's no fair. What about this one? Wait, why didn't they kill this one? This was the last guy in their wing, right? Alright, no. Dude. You are supposed to help me. Well, I didn't... The dweller's just unlocked for me, so I can just... That's why I'm here to do the frag cannons, because I don't need to... There are no hoops for these engineers. We just requested, and it is done. I am shoot. Oh, I am miss. Oh, he's sneaky boy.
Target destroyed. Scan detected.
Gave him the old bop Americano, didn't we? Hey, whoa, a million will probably do. Let's go and let's go there. Let's go and see if this will suffice. Yeah, no, sorry, I meant this one. The dweller is also unlocked for me though, but this one, Todd the Blaster McQuinn. Remember, we can't dock. And frags, right? Maybe not all the way though. I can't remember. Maybe grade 4 frags? I don't know what to pin. I think the frags. Whee! We'll unlock this engineer. We'll click any buttons we can click. We'll pin. Is it? Do we do long range or do we do overcharged multi-cannons? Good thing with overcharge the good thing with long range is it increases the shot speed as well. Good thing with overcharge is it's just flat damage buff. Yeah? What, for the multi-cannons in particular? Okay. Remember, we can't land, we can't dock, we can't dock. Just Danny can use canny dock. There should be a new song in Scotland. They should institute it as part of the new government. Use canny dock. Use mustney can. Wait, it doesn't make sense anyway. But anyway, right, so where's the entrance?
Zorban Peterson Hotel Alpha 0. Automated flight control protocol initiated. Please submit a request prior to landing.
Has anyone ever noticed there's all smashed up ships here? Gotta get your techniques down, boy.
Ship dismissed. Boarding permission granted.
Oh, hot damn.
Ship ready for boarding.
It feels so naughty. What do you fuck me for, We should return home. Let's return to the administrative center of the Pilots Federation. Well, shit. Is there anywhere else that this lets us go? Is it Acellus Prime?
Loading gear.
Ship released. Departure authorized.
Does this require a permit for you lot? Acellus Primus? Is anyone in the game unable to check for me, please? Thank you, Cyber. Acellus Primus, Allegiance Pilots Federation. And then also, is that the same for LHS 3447? These are all the systems that are have their allegiance set to Pilots Federation, as far as I'm aware. So LHS 3447 does require a permit. I have that permit. That's the original starter system. Oh. No permit. Oh, okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. No problem. No problem, sir. Thank you. Oh! That was good. That was good. That was a really good, like, full body stretch. Oh.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
So what's the fastest way to get Trade Elite? Is it to just buy really cheap platinum from a fleet carrier and then sell it? Like if I bought, if I had a Panther Clipper and I bought like 1170 tons of platinum at the cheapest price possible, and then I sold it somewhere where they're buying it for like 250k a pop, I'd go up so many trade levels so quick, wouldn't I?
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
Bang up for this chicken pasta. Got some mushrooms to add to it. Some pepper. Some fresh tomatoes. Lovely passata. Tomato puree, garlic. Oh yes. A couple of bay leaves. Don't mind if I do.
Fuel scooping.
Some of that mixed herb, brother. We be sprinkling that mixed herb. Hard to beat pasta dishes. It's like there's a reason that the Roman Empire managed to take over, right? And I know that they didn't have pasta back then, but at least we don't know they had pasta back then. But they had pizza and they had tomatoes. Finding for 3. Yeah, no, mining. Mining is that, and it counts as it.
System scan.
Like, plat mining is the best profit thing to do.
Fuel scooping complete.
Yeah, cyber word to that. That's what we do. I always cook a big batch, and then we've got so many like extra meal portions frozen. Although, especially like what I should do is really make a large bolognese sauce, like with a kilo of beef or something, and then run 2 passatas and all that, like a huge one, and then I can freeze the portions of that because they can go into lasagnas, they can go into bolognese, like once you defrost it. Do you know what I mean? And you can just eat it. You can add some chili for a chili con carne. Like there's so much versatility with that as the base. Just like a hearty, proteinous.
Fuel scooping.
Proteinous. It's not a word. Agreed by, but it's how you get the platinum, right? And also, you're not considering that I'm talking about on this account. I can't just simply dock places and then... Granted, like that, yeah. Like I can do mining, so I can go and buy a Type 11, outfit it fully, transport it, or fly it back, dock it, then I can from there take it mining. Nice. Fill it up. But the process of selling it sucks. Because I have to, like, I can only sell it in systems that have Odyssey settlements that have Apex. Holy shit! This is pretty fucking cool, man!
Please comply with flight regulations as you approach the station, Commander. Landing permitted. Cleared for landing on docking bay 37.
Landing gear deployed.
And look at that. Home sweet home with our second engineering
Landing successful. Docking
pins,
restraints
which
engaged.
we can't show because it's multi-cannons and we don't have multi-cannons at the moment, but eventually. Do the grade 5 frag cannons require the sergeant that's in Seoul for engineering? No. Okay. Marsha Hicks. Oh no, she's over in Colonia. Fuck that. Excuse me. Sorry. Yawny. Right, well, I'm going to go and do dinner now. 6 hours and 40 minutes live today. Cheeky little one. No progress on the time travel, but we have made more progress on uncovering more information about how the game works. I really do feel like we're onto something here. I think that tomorrow we'll split the session again, where in the beginning I will start off by travelling to Beagle Point, Cyber, if you're about. I will hold off my arrival until you get there, and we'll just do our jump in together in a team or something. Depending on when you're about. If you're about straight away, we'll hook up, we'll wing up and that. And then I will likely carry on with this again. Now, I think that I will look to get the double engineered frameshift drive and then do a big Road to Riches sesh. Although, to be fair, when I think about it, that's probably pointless. I think what we should do is speed run the Road to... Yeah, tomorrow afternoon we'll start the Road to Riches process. And I'll try and hand in millions and millions of data to get to a high exploration rank. Ideally Elite 1. Or Elite. The first Elite, you know? Not Elite 1. Because you get Elite 1 after being Elite. You get Elite. And then you become Elite 1. And then Elite 2. Do you know what I mean? It'll be in the morning, mate. Be in the morning. 10ish. 11ish. Depends on work and sleep. But look at this. I mean, I'm fascinated. Fascinated by this. How much Explo data do we have on us? Fuck all. Truman Forbes. Wait. Cecilia Colony, is it open now? That is exactly what we're doing, Cyber. I love it. Where do you get Titan drives? From Titan carcasses. So, what power play power are you with, Jowly? All Titans are dead. You're not with power play, okay. But do you have the soul permit? Have you come back, Ross? Have you come back to power? So your choice is you can either... So the Titan Kokijo wreck in Sol, in orbit of Earth, spawns Titan drive components, as well as all the other shit like meta alloys and stuff. And the benefit of it is A, it doesn't spawn any Fargoids there at all, and B, it does spawn pirates that will try to pirate you, but it also spawns AX pilots and system security, and you can claim the bounties as well. The only thing you need to be safe there is, yeah, the corrosion-resistant cargo racks for storing multiple Titan drive components. But you can get away with, like, literally finding one, going straight to a material trader, swapping it for the... Because you only get one module per Titan drive component, as I think you were aware, hence you mentioning you need 6. And then that just puts the module in the outfit in, and then you can leave, like repair, leave. But if you've got the cargo-resistant ones, that's perfect. And then any of the others have a chance to spawn them, but the caveat there is they're all unpopulated, so there's no security, and Fargoids will pop in. I mean, all 6 at once is ambitious. Good luck. I would personally recommend jumping your fleet carrier into one of the systems where the Titans are, or next to Sol. Yeah, I mean, in all my time, I think I've found about 20 in total. I think I've got 10 on my fleet carrier at the moment. But yeah. Right. That has been an absolute blast. I'm so pleased about what we're learning. I think we're onto something with Raxxla. No new information on the time travel today. If anyone does have any ideas or experiments that they'd be interested in conducting, please do correspond. I'm open to assisting in any way I can. Ross, if you want a Corvette, you're going to need to start working for the Federation, Space America. Build up that rank, become an admiral in their navy. That will award you with the privilege of purchasing the Federal Corvette ship. Yeah, crazy. I mean, I did, like I say, I've managed to build up quite a few. So every now and again, I will do a stream where I just pop over. Because the nice thing about the home colony is it's 73 light years from 3 Titans. So you can literally just jump between them and enjoy some light AX combat. So yeah, I'll be back around tomorrow. Do have a pleasant evening, everybody. Thanks for joining me. I really appreciate it. We will continue to expand our horizons and understand more and more about the mysteries of this incredible game. Thank you again. I will speak to you all soon. Peace and love. Au revoir.